Call the meeting to order and ask if there's a disclosure of interest. As there's none, I have a resolution moved and seconded to adopt the agenda with the following additions. 6, report 2025.93, which is the appointment of a livestock investigator, and 9C, which is 40-2025 bylaw to adopt livestock investigator and valuer, and then 12, Councillor Peacock report in regards to the NOMA conference. So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item we have is the minutes of the council meeting held on April the 8th. So I have a motion that's been moved and seconded to adopt those minutes as presented. Were there any errors or omissions? As there were none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any discussion on any of those items on the minutes? Page 11 to 26. Councillor Peacock?
Good morning and thank you. With regard to the Committee of Adjustment applications, when they come back to the to reapply because the application has lapsed, are they recharged for that application?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I note that the 2 applications had been held in abeyance or deferred from the last Committee of Adjustment meeting.
Anything else?
Do we have to rescind Resolution 154 as it's further discussed in the agenda this time around, or does it just stay as it is?
There wouldn't be any need to change that one, I think.
Okay,
So, yeah.
I thought that was the one that was being discussed further in the.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they're correct. But this one can still be there. It's accurate what
Okay,
occurred. Yeah.
all right. And one further question with regard to this summer student program, page 19. Did we go further with that then and post jobs and things like that for the summer students?
Yes, we actually had done the posting, and we have hired people. So yeah, that's
It's looked after. Okay,
get done. Yeah.
thank you.
Any other discussions? Okay, we now have a report from Director of Operations in regards to declaring surplus assets. It's on page 27 and 28. Resolution has been moved and seconded in regards to this item. Is there any questions or discussion on the resolution? Councillor Viss?
Yes, on the unit 29, the cat loader that's being traded in, does that still have to be declared surplus, or is that in the trade-in and just done a deal and it's done? No?
Yeah, through the chair, each unit prior to trade or surplus or contract execution has to be declared surplus.
Okay.
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. With regard to the tandem, the steamer, did we receive I'm sure by now we would have received the new one?
Through the chair, we've been using the new one. That's why this one's declared surplus.
All right, because at the time you weren't sure if we were going to be keeping both of them. And then is there a portion then that has to come out of working funds reserve for the new steamer? I know it's irrelevant to this, but just the same. Because the new steamer was going to be more, cost more than the budgeted amount as according to the December resolution that we had, so.
Through the chair, the December resolution stipulated it would come out of the 2024 working funds.
Okay. Yep. All right, thank you.
Any further questions? I will call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We now have the Norwest Recreation Center Expansion Project, page 29 to 39. The resolution has been, there's 2 resolutions on this item. Okay, so we will go first with the first resolution. It's been moved and seconded and is open for discussion. Any comment? This is They're recommending the endorsement of the application for the Norwest Rec Center expansion project to Stream 2, which is new builds of the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. I do have a lot of concern with regard to this. It was brought up at council. I reviewed the previous council meetings when this application was discussed or proposal was discussed. We definitely discussed Stream 1 and that application's gone in. But on September the 10th, and then it was brought back again on October the 8th, there was no discussion or approval or much talk with regard to an expansion to the Norwest. It was mentioned that it's busy when there's the hockey for the Robins tournament. Yep, some Saturdays it's really busy there. I looked back in this year's attendance for the tenant that we do have there, and only 4 times did they have 890, which I presume is the capacity to the arena. Now, if there's more people there and they only post the capacity, I'm going off what their report says. I don't understand the need to have this arena expansion for over $2 million when it's a seasonal facility. Oliver Papoon's residents are not the only ones that use it. There's we haven't got any word on the, to best of my knowledge, any word on the chiller and the condenser that need to go in there. And that's $1 million project. We talk about level of service as far as the fire department. We're looking at putting $2 million into this. I understand it's possible that we would get money back from the province, but you're talking about closing fire halls because we don't have funding to keep them open at less than, if it's $2 million project and you're putting 250 seats in this arena, those seats are $8,000 each if you do the math that way. So my other concern is that there was no approval around this table, to the best of my knowledge, to have these engineering drawings done. They were done January of 2025. There's nothing in the budget that indicates that these drawings were to be budgeted for. So just looking for some answers, because to me, this is the cart before the horse, and it was not approved by those around this table. Thank you.
Councillor Viss?
Yes, I was a bit surprised when I seen this. I knew we applied for repairs and so on because we needed them. I mean, they were done. I was also so surprised to see all those drawings, and I guess having what the rumor says that we may not have a junior A hockey team anymore. I don't know how true that is, but that's the rumor. Why do we need all that additional building space and the dressing rooms? Yeah, it just caught me a bit off guard, and so I'm sure we're going to get some answers from staff. So.
Any comment? Go ahead.
So through the chair, we'll also say with this project, there was no Stream 2 was the projects were listed on that report when it came through. There was no resolution or feeling at that time to not do anything. I will say that these engineered drawings that we have done and in front of us were paid by Public Works engineering budget, which is $20,000. These cost $2,300 to get this. A little bit of pro bono work on my part and my engineering student and a third party. That's where the drawings came from. It is a Class C estimate, and there was discussion through Stream 2 and through NOHFC that they are willing to entertain any projects we bring to their plate. This would be not only for our current tenant. This is a bigger, grander thing that would put us on the map in regards to space available for bigger venues. Hockey is a 6-month-year project. This is a 12-month-year project.
Yes.
I didn't really look at the drawing that closely, but the idea I assume is to knock out the north end wall and then put an additional would that be the new dressing room for the visiting team or for the homes teams, or what is scope on that?
Through the chair, the two rooms that are going to be created at the north end would be for the visiting team.
Because that I know right now it's kind of how do you say, not very welcoming when the out of town teams come in, like especially the junior teams. I know that because they're shuffled into a couple rooms that aren't really up to their standards, I'd say.
Mhm.
So undoubtedly there needs to be something done for that. We continued on this path, I would say. So the stream for this undoubtedly is the best stream would be NOHFC for funding. That would be the best solution, I would say. Versus the other one is only 50%.
Yeah, through the chair, this isn't dedicated to one user. This application would not be dedicated to one user, and we need to move away from that narrative, in my opinion. There's been many events that have come to us where physically Roslyn community and Murillo community thing are not big enough. We entertain numerous rentals throughout the summer that we could put a user group in these new dressing rooms for summer use of the pad without a chiller. That's part of some of the questions that are coming to our desk right now. This report is based on, are we prepared to move forward with the Stream 2 application for this footprint?
Councillor Viss?
Well, I appreciate those remarks, but we need to have a little more detail. It appears that the staff has all the details, that we're going to have so many other people using it. Will give us some idea of what's using it. I mean, you're asking me to a $2 million thing, and I haven't got a clue what you're going to do. Is the truth that we're going to lose the junior A team? I don't know that. And if you don't have anything else, well, at least tell me what you're going to get.
Through the chair, as far as the junior A team, they're under contract till 2026. That's not up for discussion here today. As far as other user groups, I do know that Soil and Crop wants to have a summer event. I do know they have a spring event that they've run out of size for what they're doing. Will they move that till midsummer? I don't know. We've had numerous discussions with Thunder Bay Roller Derby, or not roller derby, the women's rollerblades or whatever it's called. Pickleball, they're looking for footprint all the time, indoor or outdoor. There is various user groups that have expressed interest in a bigger footprint to do things in this community. And again, nothing is cast in stone. It's just an application, yes or no. And to that point, NOHFC is the logical choice, and the report speaks to that.
Councillor Viss?
Well, just to come back, bringing up pickleball, I just heard on the news the other day, pickleball has now secured a place in the city for 24 hours a day. So I assume that will be my question later on our new business, what happened to Roslyn? So we'll get to that when we get under new business. So I assume they have now got a place where they can go 24 hours a day. So I don't know how many more places they're going to use.
Through the chair to that comment, I follow the same news source that everybody else does. They are planning on doing a 24-hour fundraiser to bring light to their thing. They are not scheduling pickleball 24 hours a day. The drawings that came out for, or the layout they have there, their usership is bigger than what that facility can do. I'm not saying they're coming to Norwest Arena. I'm not saying that. We have a footprint right now available, June, July, and August. If they want to come, they can come. It's about other users that have expressed interest. It's about growing and maybe doing something different there in the summer where we're not running a chiller plant to create some revenue.
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. With regard to the cistern, was there any discussion with the fire chief as far as? Thank you, but would there not be a better location for that chiller? Or sorry, for that cistern than at the site there? And also, if we have all that additional potential for additional bookings and use of the facility, then will that then not require further staff?
Through the chair, we talk about cart before the horse. That's a long way away. This is a project application for Stream 2 or NOHFC. Stream 2 is dependent on spending your money by March of 2027. When you look at a construction window, we have to get forward with better drawings, go to tender, RFQ, all that stuff this fall, so that we're building next spring, once the ice is out. It's a very short window to meet the funding solution for March 2027 if we go through Stream 2. That's why it's here today. The marketing and the usership would be further report if this report is endorsed. We will come up with a financial model that maybe works, maybe doesn't. The application is key for those timelines for March 2027.
Councillor Viss?
One final question, the resolution state endorsement of an application. If that's all it is, or are we saying, I want to know for sure, that if the application is successful, are we committed to doing it? Or are we just making resolution that we apply for both places? If that's all it is, I have no problem. I'm going to get a further detail when we get the financial. I have no problem with going forward, but I have a problem without more detail of saying, yes, we spend that type of money. So if it's just a resolution. to approve-
Application.
To apply, I have no problem.
Through the chair, that is the overall intent here.
Okay.
Yeah, we can turn it down if they come back and say, yeah, you're in, but the further report would come before we write that contract.
Yes.
This is not, we're building it and we're just going
No.
forward.
Yeah, no, this is just an endorsement of the application. Any further questions? Yes.
Just for information, I just want to differentiate. The CSRIF says you need to have a council resolution to apply. The NOHFC is a two-stage process. You never need I think for the second stage, you do need a council resolution, but the first stage, you don't. It's, so that's the difference between these two programs.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Peacock?
Just one further question. It says the department that submitted this application or this corporate report is administration. Who's administration? Is it the managers or because it's signed by the CAO and prepared by the director of operations. So so many times it just says administration did the report department. So
Well, it could have also said administration, or it could have said operations, but it's kind of a project that we're looking at to get started. So it's kind of like an administrative type thing rather than it's not something we have at the moment. But it could be the other way. Yeah, you're correct.
I would suggest that it's probably more than one department that worked on or will be working on this application. No, if approved. So any further questions? Resolution to approve, to recommend the endorsement of the application. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? It's been moved. Now we have the second resolution recommending the submission of the stage 1 application to NOHFC for the expansion. And this is just submitting the application. I'm not sure if there's any further questions on regards to submitting this application. I will call a vote. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item we have is the level of service of the public engagement package. The resolution's been moved and seconded to recommend public engagement on the levels of service as presented in the report for our asset management plan. It's open for discussion. It's been moved and seconded. Yes.
So yeah, I'll start off with just a high level overview. We were given, council package was given the same plan that we have up on the screen in a PowerPoint thing. This is part of the component to engage the public prior to July 1st as part of our overall asset management plan. We looked at it in a very wholesome look at, whereas operating is spelled out as to what we currently do, how we staff it, and their operating budget is basically a constant. The constant is presented with no dollar values attached at this time and no percentage of what they actually are. That'll be part of the issue brought out, but again, it's the graph, the pie diagram that's in your budget book, which is common, everybody has a piece of that, it's on our website. That'll be added to the display. We didn't want to get into the numbers in that here today. It's not prudent it's not required to be numbers on the level of service component. The capital is directly driven, and there's 3 pages at the back end. The capital is directly driven by replacement strategies that were adopted by council during level 1, and they are open for discussion before the final submittal. The whole intent of this presentation is to roll this out to the public, 2 open houses, one in the north, one in the south, sometime by the end of May, and bring those comments back to council prior to the financial aspect being created in the month of June for our submittal of level 2 application, level 2 for our core assets and our non-core assets. In the backstory behind this, we also have all our bridge and building assessments been ongoing for the last 3 weeks. Those reports will come, which will make our data current the next time we look at the asset management plan after public engagement is gathered. Okay. So we gave the 26 pages or whatever it is in your council package. I can go very fast through this, or we could go one-offs from individual councillors if they wish to go to a specific page. It's up to
I
you.
think if you just gave us the report
Okay.
quickly, then if any questions come up, they can ask them after the presentation's been completed.
Okay, so under asset management, this is a level of service review, operational level of service for each department is specified. When we get into community services, it reaches out to regards what we do, how we staff it, how we have assets that do the work as required. Those assets there are directly related to your GL book as to what's in each department. That's where they're pulled from. The conditions were decided on in the level 1 application as we upgraded things and replacement costs. We've updated those values. As you can see, we have 5 snow blowers for 18.5. Total replacement value, that's current to what we paid for snow blower last year. And that's how these numbers flow. As we get replacement costs, we input them into the system. It generates a new number. The condition ratings, we don't have excellent and we don't have fail. We have fair, good, and poor. That's what we have. Okay. Sorry, Cap.
Is it okay if we have a question if we go along?
If we want to go on the fly, I'm good with that.
Sure.
Just okay, just only on the community homes, it says shag. I thought we decided not gonna have shags in yellow, and so.
Oh.
that's-
Bring that out.
You're in the wrong, yeah,
Can we go by page? Because you're about 6 pages ahead.
we're a community,
Oh, yeah.
right at the
Yeah.
beginning.
Yeah, so I wasn't gonna go fast, but I can go that fast if you like.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So that community services, the assets that are fixed, it tells us how many full-time employees, it tells us how we do things, right? Our Parks and Rec department, the next page says what we have for municipal complexes could directly relate to community services.
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. Did we not purchase an aerator? And is that something that should be listed on the assets
The
or?
aerator was the council, canceled it at second round of budget deliberations.
Okay. All right. And do we need to include the buildings that are at each of the recreational facilities as far as the rink shacks?
The
or-
buildings come up further in the report.
Okay, thank you.
So there's what we have specific to Parks and Rec. That's what we do. That's what we manage. That's what we allow the public to use at this point for 0 cost.
I just have check the back end, like those tennis courts are they even used anymore?
The tennis court, through the chair, the tennis court was a focus about 3 years ago where we put some money into it. Every time we go there, somebody goes to play tennis, the net's usually ripped down and someone's skateboarding on it.
Mhm.
The pad itself is used, I will say that. There was also a focus at Murillo a couple years back where we repaved that and extended for the basketball court. That was done through prior to grant money, I believe. And that tennis court is a little bit more active. I will say Roslyn is very active
Yeah,
with those
yeah.
tennis courts. Okay. There's a lot of user groups trying to use Roslyn.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of the community services supports Norwest Arena. Norwest Arena it also shows what we do there, multi-purpose facility. We've now booked a dog show for this year, so there's dollars involved there. We offer the 2 hours of public skating. We don't see administration has no plans on deviating from that. It's what we offer. The replacement values used, the Norwest Minor. It's called Norwest Minor Ice Rental. That's who the bill goes to. And then we watch who they use that ice for, given the new conglomeration of minor hockey throughout Thunder Bay. That number this year trended higher than what's purported here in this report. We've taken an average over the last 5 years across the board. Okay. Councillor Viss.
Yeah, the dog show, I remember the last report we had, we really didn't want the dog show anymore because the air and stuff got into all our stuff and so on. Have you got a way of fixing that, or you don't have a problem with that anymore?
Through the chair, their lease was revisited probably about 5 years ago. They had one 2 years ago where there was no problem with using our facility. We put conditions in place where they had a problem. They went away for a year and now they're back. We haven't changed the conditions.
Okay, so we just looked at, you know, okay, thank you.
I just wanted to comment, I recall the conversations with those people last time. There's no more dogs in the dressing rooms.
That was through Councillor Viss's point. That's exactly what was going on.
Councillor Peacock?
I realize it's outside the Norwest, but are they still allowed to then camp there for the weekend? No camping, okay. And the majority of the arena users are, correct me if I'm wrong, are not Oliver Papoonge residents.
Through the chair, during COVID, we did an analysis as we had to document addresses of where people lived and document their vaccine, so to speak. It came to light that the Stanley Men's League, just as an example, was 78% city people. Okay. I will say that our traditional Monday to Thursday night users are all Oliver Papoonge residents, the late rentals. The Norwest Minor traditionally has been all, but with the city amalgamation, there is no guarantee of what you're getting.
Right.
So we use that 34.5 hours to support minor hockey across the district. That's all we can do. We call it Norwest Minor because we give them a preferred rate. But
It's all one
Yeah.
bundle.
that's ever evolving, and there is some more changes coming to that this coming year. There's some more changes to that. So out of the 77 hours a week we run that rink, I think it's somewhere around 30 to 35% where it is at least rural people. I'm not going to say all over Papoonge, but I would say rural people. If that's a fair statement. Okay, so that should be noted in the arena usage report, right, where we show what a typical week looks like. The yellow Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, those are 100% users. Yeah, sorry. Okay, on this graph here. Okay, so where we see Norwest, that's the 30.5 hours. That tends to fluctuate, especially in April. That all disappears, and we use other users to fill that gap in. We actively recruit in April, and my operations clerk does a good job of getting people in there during that time.
Got a comment, for Oliver Papoonge, hockey players and so forth, I guess they go to the city as well and
Mhm.
participate there.
Intermingle.
And then I was thinking a little further, Oliver Papoonge residents probably go to the city if they want to go swimming and stuff like that, because there's no pool. So I guess there's,
Yeah.
you can look at this a lot of different ways, eh?
I do recognize that when the arena came to fruition, it was 100% rural. I understand that.
Yes.
I know the history. Okay. And it's just like life has changed in 45 years. So, okay. Now we'll get into community halls. Community halls, we offer 2 halls, and this is where Councillor Viss has a question.
Did we not decide not to have them in there, Shag?
Through the chair, we did not do a council resolution in that regard. A discussion.
So is your recommendation that we not have Shags there? Because that's what created the discussion from staff.
Through the chair, that's something we can look at going
But then
forward.
it should be removed before you take it out to the public. That's my point.
The discussion in regards to shags, we have not turned anybody over away yet. There has been smaller venues of 100 people where we could call it a shag that have gone there without any incident. I do recognize the fact that we have put money into that facility to make it more appealing to dinners and weddings. I can appreciate that. We haven't had a big run. People are phoning for renting, are looking for Roslyn for a shag.
Right.
Yeah, and if it's available, we let them go there.
Key change in that though is now you need to get insurance.
That has screened a bunch of people that were normally coming out here for the cheaper price. That insurance requirement and liquor license and all that good stuff and all those lease agreements that we have in place now has changed that focus. Perlo,
Mhm.
I wouldn't say we're never gonna have a shag there, but if council wishes to revisit shags not going there, something we can do in the future.
Counselor Peacock?
Thank you. The capacities, I would be surprised to think that the Roslyn Hall has a larger capacity than the Merle Hall.
That's what's on the wall.
Any further questions?
I was
Counselor
just
Viss?
Coming back on to the shags in row, I don't have a problem with that, I just thought I'd pick up on that, if you're gonna go public with it, if that was, why, I didn't realize it was a resolution, if staff doesn't have a problem, I have some, I don't have a problem with that, I just thought if that is a resolution and we're not gonna have it, then we shouldn't put it out to the public, that's the only point I.
Yeah, so through to Councillor Viss's point, the lease agreements have tightened up, the usage agreements have tightened up, the request for insurance has tightened up, the pictures before and after the event have tightened up. The full-time caretakers we have at each one that are very diligent about their job have tightened these sort of situations up. As of this moment in time, if somebody phoned for a shag at Merle, I think they'd be more willing to go to Roslyn based on the conditions and timing that we allow things to happen there. Yeah.
That's fine.
Any further questions? Okay.
Okay.
Further?
So from community centers into landfills. That's a dump bear. We don't have those. Okay,
You don't have bears?
we have eagles. We don't have dump bears. So we have 2 landfill sites. That's all common knowledge. There are currently 5 landfill employees as stipulated, 1 full-time, 2 part-time and 2 permanent casuals. We've manned those numbers have come up in the last 6-7 weeks here that we're at full complement right now. And we actually, we balance that workload with those 5 people for both sites. I will say that the free dump days has created an anomaly for hours worked in a week for those people, but we will get through that. Punch cards were introduced recently, which everybody's aware of, and it's going as well as planned. The life expectancy for Barrie as presented is 50.5. That is current from our last report, which was done in March of this year. And the life expectancy expense is 77.2 without the expansion. Now, having said that, the expansion is a long-term plan, which is the property that we own to the east side of that municipal boundary of the current licensed facility. It would take some capital budget money to incorporate that, both engineering wise, application wise, and fencing and stuff like that to add that to our inventory. It is a project not for this term of this director of operations.
Counselor Viss?
Yeah, just a question for clarification on the punch card. I thought my understanding was the reason we went to the punch card, because the other cards we used to have access card, people could pass them around so on. Now, if you pass a punch card, okay, help yourself, because you pay $40. Well, I'm so surprised that they require both the access card and the punch card. And I thought that would eliminate that, and so.
Through the chair.
For clarification, I thought they understand we just go to the punch card, because then it didn't matter.
Through the chair, you still, as was reported in a report before we rolled out the bylaw for landfill punch cards, you still need your ID to go for free dump days. So we didn't pull those cards back. We left them in circulation. But what we have created is somebody shows up with an old ID card with no punch cards, they get pulled.
That's correct.
Yeah.
If they don't have a punch
But
card.
you
don't
would,
get in, that's correct.
we try to get that ID card back.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is you got some new people there now, when Rob or John or so in there, I just tell them my number and to give them my punch card. Well, the young lady was new and she didn't know who I was, and I have my access card, but it's in my wallet, and then behind, there's no way I can dig that out of there. And so John said that, Alan, you know, the lady's trained to have both cards, and I said, oh, okay, I didn't understand that was the requirement anymore, that's all. Just for clarification, that's all.
So, right, so very valid. The girls, the new hires are doing their job diligently. We've
good.
had numerous, I'm gonna say numerous, incidents where these same issues have come up. The people have all been able to produce, right? But the people that don't produce, then the next question is, where did you get the punch cards from?
Yeah.
And it's working fine. It's working really good. And you'll see a few of the report coming down the pipe here in regards to what our numbers are down on our normal visits on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. You're gonna see those numbers and it's gonna be impressive.
Wayne?
One further question.
Sorry, wait.
on that, if
I just wanted to clarify that the waste management bylaw gives the tenant the discretion to ask for a landfill access card. But it's not can be required, but not normally, but you always need to get the punch card out.
We're using it as a tool right now
Right.
to
It's in the
get,
bylaw.
it's in the bylaw. We're using it as a tool to maybe catch somebody that somebody's got somebody's cards.
No problem, I just dug it out now and I stuck it in behind my visor with the other card,
Mhm.
but, with one further question on that. When you were saying some get turned away, what happens when they don't apply by the regulations and they go through, and I understand they take a picture of the license plate and you take it in. Is there any follow-up that the police give to you, how they make out with that?
Through the chair, I have ways of getting to those people. Yeah.
That-
That's
That's the mobster department of our township.
There has been 2 visits of my own volition outside of working hours to 2 residents.
Okay. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Peacock?
Do you think that at any time there could possibly be an issue at the South landfill site that it would have to be closed sooner than the 50 years?
Through the chair, those numbers have come up in the last 5. I do remember when we did the expansion on the south side of Berry Drive, we were down in the neighborhood of 31 years. The lifespan was created when we did the total redesign of the footprint 4 years ago. And we, with the use of the compactor and our cover material and what we're doing, we're actually gaining years.
Hmm.
Multiply that by the potentially 30% drop in quantity we see coming in as of February, I anticipate that number to go up again. When we did the redo, just for total back history, we were within 6 months of having that place shut down as being a transfer facility because it was out of whack and we had issues, property issues, and we had environmental issues. We've turned it around so that can carry on for what it's doing. Again, the life expectancy of 50.5 years on Berry Drive, I anticipated going up. And if we can do that with the replacement value of a landfill site, then, you know, we've done a good job communally. We've done a good job to protect that interest.
And just to stay in the same department, but perhaps a little off center, is just passed to the staff at South Landfill. They're doing a terrific job. As a matter of fact, we had someone right at the landfill site drop-off point this time. She was very good and she was keeping everything very nice and clean. And like I say, the staff there is wonderful.
The being able to be at full complement and having the staff there every time we're open. Again, the new rules coming out in the punch cards, it kind of engaged the public. Why are you doing this? You know, we've answered all those questions. I'm sure you guys, councillors, have answered those questions. We're getting it every 3rd car in the first couple of weeks that we were rolling this out. There's a good response, which is awesome, because normally prior to this year, it's been negative response from the public coming in and going. There's been a buy-in on both parts. There's been a buy-in on staff. There's been a buy-in from the public. And we've geared up and it's going, I say, the best as expected, because you could have 10 good phone calls, but you get that one, right? And it just, the other 10 don't even matter anymore. So.
Wayne?
I just wanted to emphasize that this is a tremendous asset for this community. Many places now, there's an issue, the space for waste is a crisis in a lot of spots, and we've got lots of time here, so we gotta manage this properly. It's a huge advantage for us.
Sure.
Okay,
Okay, next department.
so then the landfill is present. Where'd my mouse go? Okay, so there's our equipment that we normally do. Both facilities, you'll see the buildings are in here in regards to what we did for attendance shacks 12 years ago. Then you've got the multi-use buildings that we did at both. In the last, we did one during COVID and we did one before COVID. That's to protect our investments with the landfill compactors up top. Those replacement costs go with our strategy, just so everybody's aware. A brand new compactor that we currently have is in the neighborhood of $1.2 million. Strategy adopted in level 1 was to buy used at good value. That replicates an increased price from the last one we bought in Winnipeg 3 years ago, when we burnt it. So, sorry, not when we burnt it, when it burnt, sorry.
Councillor Viss?
That bulldozer, that's not that orange one
No.
that's sitting up there by.
So through the chair, that bulldozer's at Berry Drive.
South side.
Yeah.
So what we've done is we've tried to keep that one going at the south side because of logistics. If we're any bulldozer required at the north, Public Works has got one. We just zip it over on the float.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's our model for that.
What's happening with that north one? It's just,
I've had numerous people want to buy it. It is a direct part replacement for the drivetrain, the blade, the cylinders is all direct part replacement. The cab is different, but it's direct part replacement for the one that we run at the other side. So it doesn't matter where it sits, it's gonna sit.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we've been
Yeah.
robbing parts off it to
Yeah,
keep the other one going.
It's good to know, because when someone asks,
Yep.
like, what's going on with this thing? Like,
Yep.
it's good to know that it's a,
It doesn't matter where it's ideally in ideal world,
Yeah.
we float it, lift it up, float it over to the
Yeah.
other side, but it's gonna be sitting out in the open over
Right,
there, and then the
good.
questions start over there, so. Okay. So that's landfills, very high level landfills. Cemetery. Again, supported by the Community Services Department and Public Works, depending on the scope of work required. It is a very high level overview in regards to what we do. It says about the discounted rates, it says about the additional land for generations to come. It says about the plots available. And again, it is a responsibility under the Community Services Department to manage that.
I had brought up the issue about putting up a notice when the funeral's being on. Are we, we're to proceed with that, eh? Okay, good.
And we also have a block up the top here again.
Through the chair, yes, there is that additional block that we've been working on for the last couple of years. We use it as a filler job in the fall. If the weather's nice, we go in there. We are not in, 7 to 10 years before we need that to be fully developed. So we're using that as a filler job with Public Works.
I just recall them, I was looking at the minutes of the cemetery board in October last year, and there were something like over 200 lots, regular lots. Legion had over 20. And there was a lot of space in the columbarium as well. And then again, we have the undeveloped expansion area as well. So we got a lot of room for dealing with this matter.
Without getting into the actual numbers, I believe the additional space that's available replicates what we have in the existing one. I think it's the same size if it's developed with the same sort of road network, so.
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. A little bit off topic, but just wondering, Cemetery Sunday coming up. Will the Stanley Hill Cemetery be ready with the water for the cleanups and things like that?
After yesterday's rain, I don't anticipate anybody walking around the cemetery, to be quite honest with you. No, it's not.
Councillor, yes.
The cemetery Sunday will be the 14th and 15th of June. It's always the second weekend. The cemetery board's meeting on May 26th. But we'll get a notice out. That's the idea. It's always the second weekend in June, so it'll be 14th, 15th.
Libraries is a department of the municipality. It has a level of service. It's managed by a board. There's the library services they offer. It is a function of our budget and therefore shall have a level of service attached to it.
Counselor Peacock?
Do we not have two part-time library staff? It's my understanding when I was a representative last year on the board that we had two part-time and one full-time. Okay, that could just be double checked.
I'll double check that, reprint it if required.
And I feel it's an essential service for those
That's
that,
what asset management plan looks at, essential services. And until it's not in my budget book anymore, it's an essential service. Administration.
There's the answer to your questions, Counselor Peacock.
Again, very high level on an operating perspective, it's an operating expense. Capital is deemed when things require replacement, i.e. building shingles, expansion obviously comes to all those capital requests and level of service for expansion are created at council. And with a building, there is timelines we need to meet. You'll see that in your building assessments when we get the whole package in June. But from an operational perspective, that's what we do currently. Founders Museum. Oliver Punj Heritage Park. We will rename it at time of printing. So Oliver Punj Museum, Oliver Punj Heritage Park has been on the mind of many people around this table and in the community for the last 5-7 years. And this is where we're currently at. Again, when we add in the percentage of dollars per 1,000 assessment, that'll be added to these slides and an operating expense, which is from a published document. Capital is driven by capital requirements through the strategies adopted by council.
Counselor Viss?
Yeah, gas management on the building, there's a couple of the buildings that we keep looking at, we say, it's gonna cost $1 million or $2 to repair it or do whatever to make use of it. They would be in the asset management, wouldn't they? So that would reflect the percentage of cost to that whole park. When are we gonna look at that? What are we gonna keep, what we're not gonna keep?
So through the chair, you're absolutely correct. Those buildings do show up in our asset management where they follow the same strategy unless it's deemed by council to change the strategy. They follow the same strategy as the remainder of our buildings. Every building has the same components. The problem with the buildings at the museum is the backlog value. For those that remember asset management, the backlog is key over there. They've reached a point where strategies we've adopted for the other buildings that we currently have do not apply because of the backlog. It's a challenging situation for sure. But those numbers will be updated in June when we get those reports back.
Counselor Peacock?
thank you. Have the building assessments all been completed then for the facilities that we have?
Through the chair, the engineers would believe it was about 4.5 weeks ago. I had 4 engineers in the lobby at 8 o'clock. Bridges and buildings were done. We're just awaiting the reports. The timelines are fixed to get those reports back to us to meet the timeline of this application to
Perfect.
not this, sorry, this submittal to the Ontario government. Public Works. So everybody knows where the building location is. They have seen an addition over the last couple of years. They have seen an expansion of full-time employees, which is a report brought to council in 2016, and we've ramped up since then. We do more than the minimum standards require in the province of Ontario when it comes to our snow plowing. I don't think I would argue with anybody that we don't. We have the data to support that. So we have the roadways. We have our level of service in regards to how 7 units get things done at 4 in the morning. We have our hourly time frame, which we watch and we manage. And the 70% of collector Ontario roadways are plowed in the first 4 hours. That's based on how we roll out from that shop. And that gets 70% of the population moving before 8 o'clock in the morning. That's our level of service from an operational standpoint. The garage has a $4 million replacement cost. That's based on the square footage at $180 a square foot for an industrial building. Okay. The Public Works fleet, as we can see, the 2016 was a resolution of council, February of last year. That's the used vehicle. Okay, so when you look at age-based assessment and mileage, mileage goes up on maybe a newer vehicle, it maybe have a lower condition rating. There is a more robust analysis that's done into our capital strategy and what these things cost. But again, as we buy things, those replacement costs go up accordingly. Okay, so the 2025 Freightliner we just received, we paid $417 minus trade, but we discount that, okay, or we discount the asset value. The 2017 International that we purchased, that's a 2027 purchase that we're predicting in capital. So we've put an improvement over the dollars we carried in 2024 and what we think it's going to be cost to replace. As we buy new stuff, if there's like items, we update those costs, okay? The steamer, you can see the new value. The 30-ton float, you can see the new value. To go by Public Works Foreman's new truck, when that ages out in 2031, we're anticipating $100,000. There's the old community, my old super public director of operations truck, which has a current value of 50,000. If we could find one for 50,000, we'd probably buy two of them because I could probably sell them for 70. And there's the actual cost of my 2024 that I currently drive. That is our mobile fleet. Now we get into a public works fleet as to how we go about doing our business. These are the toys that we use that support whether it's cemetery, landfill, roads, flooding, culverts, gravel pits. Everything is supported through these items and scheduled appropriately. The 2019 Cat skid steer was part of a grant program during COVID, which we got. The John Deere grader is replacement cost from last year minus the disposition. The 938 loader is the disposition cost in the future report. The Cat backhoe is on the 2025 capital replacement program. There'll be further report coming on that unit. The Cat D5 dozer, you cannot buy a Cat D5 brand new for that price. That is a strategy adopted in the capital replacement where we buy used, and we reflected what we bought for in Florida in 2017 as to what it would currently cost when it ages out of our strategy. John Deere rubber tire excavator, same thing. We look at usage and stuff like that. And the link build excavator, we could probably find a used one, which we bought last time. We were very fortunate to only get a 1-year-old one for the value we did during COVID. And we could sell that right now for that price. That's what the market's done. Okay. The Kubota Mini X, as much as it cost us $39,000 to buy it back 6 years ago, it has been a very useful tool in days like yesterday and going into the cemetery in the fall and the winter and stuff like that. It's very supportive of what and the limited use of that vehicle, we can maintain that fair condition. Those strategies will be adopted and further laid out in the capital before our submission. Bylaw enforcement. Enforcement is complaint driven. One bylaw officer works 3 days a week, Monday to Wednesday. There's our level of service, and he currently drives a 11-year-old F-150 regular cab pickup that was bought used at the time. He upgraded from an 06 Ford Ranger. We still look at fleet usage, whether we have an opportunity to drop down into that department, but that vehicle that we purchased in 2017, I believe, has worked out well for this department. Fire emergency services. There's what our current level of service is. And as everybody's aware around the table and in the audience, we are fully involved into changing what we do there potentially. And a lot of public comments are going to be coming back prior to the meeting for this public open house that we're planning on doing. From a level of service perspective, based on the time frame of putting in our asset management plan, I think we have to submit what we currently have. I don't see, unless there's changes made around the table prior to that submittal, that may change our asset management plan and our capital outlay. We may have to defer, but at a minimum, we will be putting in what we currently have as far as the level of service and what we currently have for fleet.
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. Does the fire chief have an opportunity to speak to this? Are you just wondering if you have further comment?
No, Chris and myself and Brent and Wayne have been talking about this stuff, and at this point, I've got nothing else to say with respect to that.
So that's the operating that we support as an administration. That's the operating that we support many departments across the board. Now we're gonna get into the capital level of service, which is very quick. Gets into the dollars and cents, so to speak, and how it's driven and how our strategies are driven. This is part of the what the reg requires us to do, right? So we have to do both a community level of service and a technical level of service for each asset, non-core asset and building. Expect the municipality to define these for non-core assets. Just ask the asset to be described, which we've done in our operating program. Roads provide pictures, we do that. Technical levels of service have actual technical matrix, which we have technical matrix for roads, we have technical matrix for bridges, technical matrices for the 9-10 key components of buildings. And then we adopt life cycle management strategies for each class of thing. If correct, we develop and maintain a aforementioned level of service, and it should be followed. Council and their ultimate discretion can choose to take stuff in and out and defer stuff. And obviously administration is fully aware of some sort of implications in regards to, can we defer that one more year? Those questions will be asked at every budget time when the report is generated, and we have no problem doing that. Okay. Oh, we have a slide out of order here. Oh, maybe we don't. So level of service, we'll jump right into Roslyn water system. This is what we currently do. The technical service reports, those are the things we have to provide to the MOE through our annual drinking water license. So that's an in-out. We basically, same thing we do with them. We input it here to talk to the people. This is a capital asset.
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. Just looking for clarification. It says that we only have 31 residents on that system. Is it not 32? I don't think anyone's gone off over the year.
I will check. If it's a misprint, it's a misprint.
Thank you.
Buildings, general buildings. Life cycle management strategy, which part, so maintenance activities are completed on an as-needed basis when identified, i.e. we lose a water pump, we go fix it. Building condition assessments complete every 5 years by third party, which is part of the strategy outlined. And we level our services based on the percentage of facilities that are in good or very good condition. The report sticks that out based on those assessments. The average risk rating is part of our levels of service, i.e. We have a handicap door opener that doesn't work, we better fix it because that's a risk, right? Percentage of facilities that are in poor or very poor condition will be percentage presented, and that's based straight off the report that we've asked for. And the percentage of facilities that are considered accessible, I believe that the deputy clerk did that a couple of years ago for AODA, and I think we were at like 97% compliance, I believe. There's some buildings in and around the Founders Museum that are out. You just can't go in them no matter what. So that goes against when you look at the whole buildings as a parcel. Machinery and vehicles. Each machinery has maintenance activities are completed as needed as identified. We attempt to do those in-house, except when things are under warranty. We like to take them back to the dealer they came from to keep those assets in good shape. The replacement strategy is based on a formula that takes into account the age of the asset, the usage, i.e. mileage or operating hours, and staff knowledge to try and best model an optimal strategy. I will say there's a plow truck coming up in the next 2 budgets, I believe, that we may extend a year. You may see that based on the mileage, and we may reallocate that unit to a different route to extend that year. Those decisions are made prior to budget time. We also monitor the percentage of vehicles that are in good or very good condition. We look at an average risk rating and the percentage of the poor or very poor conditions. Those are the 2 matrices we present. And I will say, if people are paying attention to the slides previous, when we went through all the departments, without getting into the fire department, on the community services side and the public works side, we have way more vehicles in good to very good than we do in poor to very poor. Okay, so the strategies I've been using for the last 10, 12, 14 years are proving fruition when we get into this sort of technical level of service. Bridges and culverts storm network, a key component of any asset management plan is your highly expensive infrastructure. Where are you at? How are you gonna replace it? Stuff like that. How are you gonna maintain it? Again, those are third party, done every 2 years. Anything bigger than 3 meter diameter, it is deemed a bridge and it shall go through the process. We have to measure that matrix against the provincial standard.
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. With regard to the catch basins, are they just in Murillo and Kekabeka? Are those the storm drains that are in the villages?
We have a storm drain, we have a municipal drain runs through the entire back lane of Roslyn, and we have a municipal drain that empties Cam River in Roslyn as well. We have various storm drains at other areas throughout the municipality that may not qualify as a storm network. It may be a one-off with a pipe to go across a road. That doesn't count as a storm network.
So with regard to the Whitewater subdivision, are there drains on that section of road that we have to maintain?
Through the chair, the storm and the sanitary and the water are currently part of the developer's
Of
problem.
theirs? Okay.
They will come into
Yep.
our fold based on acceptance and negotiations.
Okay, thank you.
Have we gotten any, has there been any programs for bridges or anything that's come across, like, for funding or anything? I haven't seen,
Yeah,
or
through
heard of nothing.
through the chair, I haven't seen any. I know that MOI has been a little bit out of the radar, so to speak, the last 6 to 7 weeks,
Mhm.
based on provincially getting back into power. And so we anticipate maybe some programs coming out, but right now there is currently nothing for infrastructure
Yeah,
that we would qualify for.
yeah, it'd be good to get some.
You know, through the chair, when this bridge condition report comes in, it'll be, we understand there's a backlog in our bridge network currently. We understand, that we want to have everything open and using. There is money put aside this year to do some, concrete repairs and stuff like that. We were waiting for that report to come in to see if anything is critical. When we talk about risk assessment,
Mhm.
we may or may not have a few things that are risk assessment based that we may have to identify right now. Okay.
Be good if we identify it and then, you know, before going ahead and doing it, it's like some other projects. We get them done and then, you know, 6 months later, oh, they come up with a program and we missed that opportunity.
Yeah,
for fun.
that,
I know that's.
through the chair, that's very frustrating.
I know,
And
exactly.
it happens more than you probably know.
Yeah.
We've gone and done
Oh.
something and then a grant comes.
Oh,
out.
exactly, because we talked to these guys and they said, oh,
Yeah.
oh, it's gotta be new. Well.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have fixed it then.
Councillor Viss?
Yes, on the Combo Storm Sewer, the sewer system, Whitewater, that's not in our, works yet, so that's not included in this
Through,
report.
through the chair, we will present the life cycle cost for stuff that we currently manage.
Right, so that's still out.
Correct.
Okay, that's a good thing. So, yeah.
Sorry about that. Road network. So road network, we have adopted the seven different categories of life cycle management. And again, we generate those annually with our student or myself. We will do those reports. They are a standard form put out by the government of Ontario. It's been the same form since 1979, where you measure stuff. The matrices of what we have for roads are very easy. And I will say, when you talk about, where our technical level of service is under the rig, we do a fairly good job in what we have out there for the network that we do have. And again, the capital requirement based on an asset management plan, we've been floating around that $1.6 million a year in improvements for all of our roads since I've been here. There's been some anomalies in 2017 to 2020 where we did a major expansion, and those things have come to fruition here now. The funny part is, and maybe not so funny, stuff I did first year I was here are now coming up for rehab. So those type are rehabilitation or restorative work. Okay. So we are seeing our costs kind of stay the same on our strategy. Obviously, the Roslyn Village is paving and widening. That's an expansion of our service. We see the total reconditioning of Keckbecker Village that had aged out. It was beyond rehabbing. Those type of things, when we put the matrices in and we add the tax dollars, or we add the dollars spent to get 35 years, that helps out our overall strategy. Okay. Last slide. Land improvements, parks, rinks, etc. Regular maintenance activities are completed on an as-needed basis. This has to do with our open spaces and stuff like that. And again, we've done through the NOHFC, we've done a whole bunch of outdoor rink and land improvements, park improvements the last couple of years. We're going to finish that this year. They will start to be assessed, just like our roads are, and you know, capital and operating we put into those things to protect what we've gotten for 25 cents on the dollar, I guess is what I'm saying. And providing that the level of service is and what we're going to do with those departments is it stays the same, then we have the current staff to do that. If we decide to do more things, then maybe we don't have the current staff, which will reflect in your operating level of service. So again, very high level. We'll fill in some dollars in regards to the operating piece of the pie, which each department does, and capital is driven by your strategies adopted by council. Any questions?
Further questions?
Oh, sorry.
So we have a resolution that's been moved and seconded to recommend the public engagement on the levels of service as presented in our report for the asset management plan be approved. Any further questions? A call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item we have is approving the purchase of a 938M loader from Tormont Industries. Resolution has been moved and it has been seconded. It's open for discussion. Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. With regard to this, were there other bids that were received for this loader, or just this is the only one?
Through the chair, we have 8 attachments for the unit we currently have, and we went through new procurement. This is the report ahead of you.
Yeah. Now, I note that on page 83, it indicates that in blue, with regard to the tariff issue, as well, that there could be an issue with regard to the US-Canada dollar exchange rate. So there is potential for this to cost more than we anticipate. And the quote is good for 10 days, so we have to make a decision today so you can have it on order tomorrow. Is that my understanding?
Through the chair, the blue writing that everybody's reading here, we've seen that more so than we'd like to see it in the last month across all vendors.
Mhm.
Try to buy a pipe
Or
through
anything.
Armtec right now,
Mm.
you get the same blue thing. We have an agreement in place with this vendor to fix the price as of noon tomorrow.
Any further questions? I'll call a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is the transfer of blind line road allowance to the municipality. This is because of a consent or being approved. The resolution has been moved and seconded. It's open for discussion. Any questions? Any discussion? No? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a report on page 96 to 100 of a meeting that was held with MPP Kevin Holland. And it's open for discussion. There is no resolution. It's just for your information. Now we have, the next item is the deferral of Twin City Crossroads. We have a resolution to defer that project from 2025 to 2026. It has been moved and seconded. It's open for discussion, questions. Counselor Peacock?
So at the previous meeting, we approved an amount over budget for the portion of Twin City Crossroads from the new highway north to our boundary. And so this is the portion that would be going from the new highway south to the Arthur Street 130 intersection. Am I correct?
Through the chair, when the budget was went after last fall, we were in discussions with the MTO in regards to doing the intersection in 2025.
Mhm.
It was presented as two contracts, not one at that time, for that very reason. It's now come to light that, well, I think it's common knowledge, the MTO is not doing that intersection till 2026. So it makes no sense for us to get in there and do the piece prior without negotiating with the MTO, so we can bundle it together with the project next year.
Mhm. And one further question. There's discussion on page 104 with regard to Berry Drive and the requirement to have that road surface treatment project done. At this time, I would like to ensure that should that, or when that portion of Berry Drive gets done, from Berry Drive as well as River Road, that is it not possible to keep the load limits on those two portions of the road at a half load limit or something to stop the use or abuse of that road by one of the companies, if not more, that use that as a shortcut? Because it's breaking up our roads. They can use a proper route by using the highway. It may take longer, but it's detrimental to the taxpayers as far as having to fix that road all the time.
Through the chair, River Road was mentioned, that it's not part of the scope. So Berry Drive, it'd be pretty hard to regulate half loads on that section because we have a landfill site on that section that we do bring in heavy loads. And as well, the one vendor, one property owner adjacent to that needs to have 63.5 to get in and out of his business. I have no problem dictating what weight restrictions on what road based on council direction. The problem has always been and will continue to be enforcement of these rules. Okay, if council decrees that the bylaw to pass a road section from here to there shall be restricted half loads year round, it goes on Larry. And it's complaint driven.
Mhm.
Okay, if the bylaws don't exist and the road rating throughout the municipality is full loads after half loads go off, it becomes a police enforcement division under the Highway Traffic Act. Asking for a hybrid cannot happen.
Counselor Viss?
You can't put half load on year round. These businesses have been there and they're established because they could have access to it, so we can't just go and change gears on them, that's on. Is it working? There it is, finally. It's not fair to the businesses that are there. I mean, they built there knowing that they could make full use of the roads, and we can't just go change that on them. That's not fair. I could see half loading in springtime or fall time, whenever you think you need to because of road condition, but otherwise, no way, I could never support allowing that, so.
So we have the deferral of the Twin City Crossroads project. It's been moved and seconded. Is any further discussion on this one topic? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And now we have the financing of the Twin City Crossroads construction project and the NORDS funds dedication to that project. The resolution has been moved and seconded. It's now open for discussion. Page 102 to 104. Any further questions? I will call full vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is the asset management plan, a 50-year outlook. And it's on page 105 to 112. And that'll sure make your head spin if you read all of those lines.
Yeah.
So it's now open. There is no resolution. This is just something that we should be looking at. Wayne? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor
So
Calvert.
basically what this is saying is we should be spending 4 to 4.5 million a year on capital projects, right? And what is our targets right now meeting?
So through the chair, again, we've had some anomalies in the past in regards to capital. Roslyn Road comes to mind, Kekabeka comes to mind. They, some of that work was created in the backlog. When we did those assessments, the first go around. Traditionally, the last 3 or 4 budgets that since asset management level 1 went in, we were spending anywhere from 3.7 to 3.85 million in capital across the board. You see this anomaly, and I believe most of this requirement is based on backlog. There is some strategies in this report that we could take a look at, which is what I talked about earlier, when council reserves the right to defer. And if you start moving running around and you change your strategy, you can do that to help it out. But again, the biggest thing we see with asset management, if you've got a 1 year where you're only going to spend 2.6 because that's what the report says, still put the money, the 2.1 to get to 4.4, whatever the number is, whatever your annual assessment that generates, make sure you're putting the money away.
Put it away, have it, use it, or
Yep.
every year. If you don't use it, put the remainder away for a future year where you will need it.
And again, Wayne can speak to that, but you look at the bar diagram in the back on page 112, Wayne can speak to this. It tells you where your issues are. Tells you how to plan for it.
So basically what you're doing is building up a reserve, not being spent, but just putting away towards each individual sector.
Mhm.
And again, you might see roads and bridges might have a down year where everything's acceptable based on a standard, whether it's an engineered standard or whether it's a direction of council to, we can live with that. Let's use an example, Berry Drive for 1 more year. We can live with that for 1 more year. You would put that $130,000 aside for Berry Drive. If we defer it, if we present it based on the plan and the number becomes extraneous as far as a tax levy, let's say, to support these things, council, as has been said from day one, has the ultimate decision to move stuff around and push stuff around. Administration presents the strategies, council endorses the strategies. When it comes down to the brass tacks and it's unacceptable, we can look at moving stuff further down, and we'll present to you what that happens to your 50-year outlook. It's not good. I will say that if you keep pushing things, it's never gonna go well.
No, I doubt it. If you just push the person down the road, it's gonna eventually kick you. But
The biggest thing that we've talked about in various councils is that if we're spending 3.8 and you see that you're only gonna spend 3.2, put 600 grand in the bank. Put it in the bank. This number with the backlog that we've gotten rid of most of our backlog, other than some buildings and a bridge or two. If you take rid of that backlog, it improves that situation. Right now, that's factored through for 50 years, that backlog.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all coming up. So you're gonna see some peaks in the next 5 years
mhm,
where you gotta spend. Then you get to the lower graph where your next 5 years aren't so
that's,
bad.
it's,
Those are the years you gotta put money ahead, because the following year and the year 5 years after that, it goes up. And then this one, that's age-based
And-
dollar value.
and some stuff, considering all assets, may be, how do you say, withdrawn or taken off that list.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. In the furthest diagram to the right, the tallest one. That is, in my opinion, age-based replacement, Norwest Arena in its
Yeah.
entirety. Okay, so we're saying, the plan says put 4.7 million or spend 4.7 away. That's what it currently says. And if you do that, by that time, you should have that much money in the bank.
Yeah.
Okay, if at that time in 2060, the decision of the council table is not to replace her. I hope it's made sooner so we can change our strategy, right? If we change our strategy with Norwest Arena that we're never going to replace it, or we're never going to replace the Roslyn Community Hall, tell us, we can swing these things and move them out.
Yeah, that's it.
But right now, age based on level 1 that we assessed and level 2 that's coming in tells us in 2060, we got to spend probably with inflation by then, 21 million to replace the Norwest Arena. Tell us 2 years from now or next year that we're never going to replace Norwest, we're going to maintain it. That's your level of service that you expect as a council. We'll plan administratively for how many dollars you have to put away.
That's my point, more than anything, because some stuff won't be
Mhm.
replaced undoubtedly. Some stuff will, some stuff will just come off the list.
That's right.
Be gone.
Through the chair, I mean, capital budget, public works #1 this year was Hearthstone Bridge, $6 million. That's part of the backlog.
Yeah, and it's
It was
not
the
really.
first, it was the first 6 million to come off the budget.
Counselor Peacock?
Thank you. Page 110, that wastewater treatment plant, I'm presuming that is the Whitewater, 3.5 million?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it looking like 2040 before we're going to, before it, can you explain how that chart works as far as like, is that replacement value in 2040 or?
Yes.
Okay.
Counselor Wayne?
Again, I just want to comment that our municipality is doing great on asset management. To have backlog that small for our size, and we're able right now with our current resources to pretty well take care of what we need to do. Many municipalities would like to be in our shoes, and because lots of them are not anywhere near this kind of position.
The next item we have is page 113 to 116 is the pending list. And it's been updated, and I'm sure Wayne can go through this with us.
Well, I'm looking at page 114. There's a couple of things in the bold is the new stuff.
Yeah.
That intersection at Highway 130, we all know it's not going to be changing and get the construction until 2026. There's a report that has some little bit of information further about that because we had a meeting with MTO on the 14th of April. Page 115, there's a bit of information about the highway safety project, we call it in the Quebec corridor. The development there is about the signs. We need to put them behind guardrails if they're going to stay. And then MTO is also doing a study to determine whether they're even supportive of signs. And that's talked about.
Counselor Talbot?
Yeah, and there, you guys had a meeting on, don't I read later on. And I just don't see the rationale saying that those signs, when you have a sign saying there that you're speeding, that it doesn't slow the, like, where they get their information, like, do they just pie in the sky pick it? You can go through any, maybe they live in out of La La Land, but you go down through the state or anywhere you're driving, you see the sign, that gets your attention.
Sure.
It sure does, like Fantasyland or something,
Yeah.
where these people think that that doesn't affect your driving.
I just think it'd be best with, yeah, we feel the same way as what you're saying there, Councilor Calvert, but be good if we had that discussion when we get to that report, because there's other details in
Yeah.
there about it and so forth. But, next part I have is on page 116, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. This is outside the scope of our normal operations, so other workload is taking priority over this. We'll see when we are able to get that moving. The racing bylaw, we had our screening officer and hearing officer orientation last week. The practice for the racetrack is on the 7th, so we're gearing up for that. Last year, the racetrack, of course, was perfect. They didn't cause us any issues, but we have things in place to keep them behaving. The next part there about the Rural Heritage Agricultural Society, we need to get back to negotiating with those people again before the summer sets in. So I'll be speaking with Councillor Peacock and Councillor Calvert about finding some dates to suggest to the society.
Counselor Peacock?
Thank you. I'm not familiar with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, so I looked online and from what I found, it said in Ontario, municipalities are required to create a well-being plan under the Community and Safety Policing Act of 2019 with the aim to build sustainable communities where residents feel safe and have access to needed service. Do we have an existing plan at all? So is there something that we need to do, or is it just on the back burner for yourself? Because from reading a bit more about it, we can enter into a partnership with other municipalities, perhaps, if they have them. Can we kind of work with them, or how does that work? We have to have our own.
Oh, no, you can do a partnership with other municipalities. This has been on the agenda for the LRMC several times, and none of the other municipalities were interested in doing that. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan is a very cumbersome, tedious process, all kinds of work involved in it. And it's just something that municipalities like us, we don't have any social workers here or anything, so it's very difficult to try to do. You have to recruit a committee of persons outside of here, so we did get a committee together, but moving on with it, it's a difficulty. We tried to set up a meeting, but some of the people weren't available, so now we have to try to set up another meeting. And what I think the province should have done, what they have in South Ontario, that's why it doesn't make sense up here, but down there it's possible because they got the lower tier and the upper tier. So if you go to a small place that's in one of those a small municipality, they're not doing any of this stuff. It's the upper tier doing it. And you go to the Rainy River District, the Rainy River District Social Service Board took this on and did it for Fort Frances and everybody all together. And I think that's what should have happened in the Thunder Bay District, because the small municipalities, they're all struggling with that, with this thing.
Okay.
It's just something that Solgen thought was a great idea, and they don't take into account the peculiarities of small rural communities. We don't have homelessness. We don't have addictions on our streets. It's just not relevant for our everyday operation.
And we could be thankful for those kind of things, that we don't have them.
No, and this has been brought forward to the ministry numerous times over the last few years by rural communities, saying it's a total waste of time.
Yeah.
Asking us, what are we going to do for homelessness or whatever it may be, mental health? We don't have anything, and we shouldn't. People go to the city of Thunder Bay when these kinds of things happen. So it's very difficult to put these projects or this project together. And it's not just us. It's a lot of rural municipalities who are having trouble with this. It's just a bunch of paperwork. We asked them to take it away from the rural communities, and the ministry said, we want to see you all do it. So it's just something that takes a lot of time. Get this nowhere.
A few years ago, the municipality of Shunya was getting the heat from the Solgen to do something. So they got a quotation from somebody who was $50,000 to do this plan. And that's just to set it up. And then afterwards, you're supposed to have meetings all the time to talk about what you're doing in your community to do this stuff. Well, all of Raccoons, we plow snow and we have a landfill, we don't have a ambulance driving around handing out, Naloxone to people or any of that stuff. So it's kind of not relevant to our communities.
Unfortunately, some of the situations that do arise within our community then fall on our first response and fire teams. So that's another issue altogether. So anyways, just thank you for the clarification on that.
I'll just add, it's already falling on us. And you're going to see more and more of these plans coming through legislation. The Wildfire Act with the plan requirement, it's the same kind of idea. They're getting us to write plans and thinking it's going to fix the problem when it really doesn't. And what concerns me out of all these is you write these plans, then you have to follow them. Now there's some accountability if you don't. So.
In one sense, I feel that our emergency meetings that we have here with every couple of months or every month in regards to the fire department and our control table, if there should ever be an emergency. That to me is our wellness plan. Because we have the police involved, if it's required, the police, the Red Cross, all of those organizations are involved in that meeting then as well. So I just,
And I think to Wayne's point, this is a social
mhm.
program to deal with the social issues within
Right.
communities, which to back Wayne up, it's not really, there's social issues, but a plan isn't really gonna, this type of a plan, I don't think is gonna do any good to it.
No. Okay, all righty. Now we have the summer meeting schedule. And we have July, August. We have normally gone from 4 meetings down to 3. So is everyone okay with those dates?
That's fine.
Fifteenth, that's again the second Tuesday of the month anyway, and then. Oh,
15th.
Tuesday, sorry, I was looking at Monday, yeah, the 3rd, and then in August, there's one
Fifth.
on the 5th, which is the first Tuesday, and then August the 27th, which is the last Wednesday, as we normally have, yes.
Yeah, we followed this pattern for a few years now. Seems to have worked out pretty well.
Again, the resolution has been moved and seconded to change those dates in July and August for our summer meetings. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have updates on various matters from the MTO meeting held on April the 14th, page 120 to 125. And I'll pass that over to administration.
Yeah, I've got the notes, all the specifics and so forth, but there's just those summaries there. There's the 4 things we talked about on page 120. The permanent radar speed display signs. Again, MTO doesn't think they reduce speed. Chris questioned that, and so we're being asked to participate in a study that's being done in other Ontario locations. And we were saying that we would use our trailer mounted signs because we're not going to spend money on a pole mounted sign if they're not going to be allowed in the end.
Mhm.
So
Getting back to that speed thing and the signs, and that undoubtedly, like, you know how the MTO says, that doesn't have an effect. Well, it might not have effect on the people that speed all the time, no matter if you had, you know, a traffic cone there, they still run it over. But the general public, I'm sure it does have an effect on them. That'd be my point to them.
Yeah.
Maybe like, you know, you get these people that they'll do 150 or whatever. You're never gonna stop those people anyways, because they're completely off the radar, if you want to call it that. But the general public, those things do have an effect on them.
That's right.
Sorry to say, MTO, but that is the truth. Thank you.
And I don't, because Keckbeck is close and I spend a bit of time there every week. I have never seen anyone look at the sign and then tromp on the gas pedal.
Yeah.
I look at the sign and go, whoa,
Yeah.
wait, it's gonna be 60
check
now. I
down.
better start slowing down.
Yeah.
So, and the unfortunate thing is, 2 years ago, they told us what we had to do. Public Works has done what we've been asked to do. We went last year and purchased these signs. Now they sit in the garage. And it's because someone there changed their mind again on the regulations for.
Someone's
Speed
probably
sign.
riding on a GO train. Sorry to say.
No,
They're just
I know.
idiotic.
Yes,
I just wanted to add that police officers that I've spoken with in the past, and Chris has as well, when there's a radar speed display sign and a person blows through there over the speed limit, the officer's way more likely to just say, "Didn't you see that? Here's your ticket." You know, because it's so obvious that.
Mhm.
So I think that it would cut people down.
I agree.
But
Anyway, sorry.
continue along. But well, we're not finished with it. I'm sure we'll be
oh, we're gonna keep,
Pushing them.
working on it, yes. And the Florence Street traffic count, there was the petition for a crosswalk back in November 2023, and that led MTO to do a turning movement type study and they do them periodically, as it says in the notes. And this study they did says lights are unwarranted. So the implications there is, it's gonna be tough to get them to change their minds on that when will have that position. And
I do believe, though, that study, if it takes place within a couple months of closing Dawson Road, there'll be total different study coming up, because at times it's difficult for myself to get from Highway 588 towards Quequebeca because of the truck traffic that's there now. Just imagine doubling that, perhaps even more. I'll have to go with the traffic, turn into the cemetery, go around, and then go back out towards Quequebeca. That'll be the only way I'll get back on the highway. And that's, I'm just talking, that's what I experienced, but every resident on the highway 1117 here is going to be telling you the same thing.
Yeah. And you guys probably have heard, because the mayor from O'Connor and Connie both said they're passing resolutions again about this
Mhm.
at their council, and we'll probably see them coming to us.
Yeah.
Against that.
I thought it kind of interesting that MTO is inconsistent. Well, that's not unusual,
Yes,
but you know, they say there's enough gaps in the traffic when you're coming on Florence to get onto the highway. Oh, okay. But then when you want to get a entrance on 1117 to split a lot, well, you know, you can't.
Too
Well,
much
there should
traffic.
be more gaps there, you know? It's not a built up area, but so it doesn't add up, that part. But anyways, the next thing on here is the Sentinel lights. So this was a huge revelation to Chris a few months ago, I guess, when there's some lights that are having problems, and MTO is thinking that we're going to take care of them. And in this meeting, we learned that these lights in the past had been put up. Usually, the road authority asked about them, and the MTO didn't go about the permitting process. They just sort of like they put them in and they were looking after them in places. But now, you know, the cost cutting measure, they're going through, and if it's not something that they warrant, they're gonna give it to us. So Chris just had a ballpark idea. What was that cost? It's fairly significant, eh?
If we take them over, it doubles our budget annually, plus there's probably an $80,000 outlay to bring them up to standard.
that's
Merry
because
Christmas.
Yes. Yes, they have to be brought up to standard, and now is the time to sweep it into our plate. It's a way to cut your budget, right?
The last thing there is about the projects coming up. We've talked about many times, 2026, this intersection nearby. But the 1117, Chris has asked them in other venues about stay out of the village in 26 because OPG is going to be in there. Then the other part to it was we've got to take a look at the concrete sidewalk. It has a large replacement cost. So if we may want to look at going with a paved swale rather than the concrete sidewalk. And that's a reduction in the level of service, but in a sense, again, the cost of the sidewalk is you had an estimate at one point, a very rough estimate, class D or something, but
325,000 to replace the sidewalk end to end in Quequebeca. Just on current sidewalk prices, concrete prices out there right now.
But-
The problem is that in order to replace the concrete sidewalk, which I believe, and I'd have to get into the agreement, we asked for, if I'm not
Could
mistaken,
be.
I think we did. To replace the sidewalk proper, you end up ripping up the whole boulevard to get the forms in. So don't put it back, just rip it out, pave it flat, and I'll put some white lines down for $1,800 a year instead of, and it won't get anywhere in abuse. There's no traffic going on it. It would be consistent. It would be black, and we could paint it green for that matter if that's what they wanted to. But it's a strategy to get rid of some potential cost later on. And if we do get forced into this project, that decision needs to be made right off the bat. So it's not included into their tender.
Mhm.
We either want it or we don't.
And it also, it seems to be a good thing to look at now because you've done all the roads, all the side roads in Quebec, so they have areas where people can walk, or if they have a wheelchair or whatever, electric wheelchair, there's room for them to be on those roads safely too now.
Yeah, through the chair, all the roads are 30% wider in Quebec than they were 2 years ago.
That's right.
So there's an opportunity. At the end of the day, walking parallel to Quebec to the highway proper, there's other options,
Yes.
right? So we look at, from an operating standpoint, we bought that skid steer in 2020 to a snow blower to keep that sidewalk open every 3 day, maximum 72 hours after snowfall. It's got to be blowed off. What is the definition for a walkway when there's other walkways allowed? We could look at operationally saving money and we look at capital replacement saving money. Again, price of concrete, who knows where it goes on the next cycle?
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. Could I get a definition of a paved swale? To me, it would be like a dip, would
Sorry.
it not?
This would just be a paved boulevard that slopes the water to the curb. It
Okay,
would bring it across.
okay.
It's a walkway. A swale is exactly correct. You've got kind of a U shape. This would be a water that goes from the property line, which is adjacent property owners. It would slope across and dump onto the gutter on the MTO right away to get into the
Okay.
catch basins.
Because whatever we put there, we have to ensure for safety purposes with the seniors' homes that are there, that it's a level surface that you can run your scooters, your walkers, kids with bikes, whatever, have to be sure that it's a level surface. Now, is it possible to approach MTO and piggyback with them and have this walkway done at the same time that highway project is going to be done?
Through the chair, that's exactly what we're talking about. One of
Yeah.
the issues we brought up, if you're going into Quebec and doing that contract in 2027, or you want to do it in 26, stay out of Quebec while OPG's in there.
Mhm.
And that gives us a whole other year to negotiate and what's in the scope of work. But that tender may be coming to fruition here this summer, this fall, that if they include the replacement of all the assets in Quebec in 27, we got to get it off their agenda that we don't want a concrete sidewalk.
Mhm.
And, sorry.
Sorry,
Right.
yeah, I didn't have an opportunity to talk with the Director of Operations about this, but maybe we need another council report on this, the pros and cons of the concrete versus the paved swale and so forth, and the costs and that council can look at, because this is just a kind of initial discussion about this, and it has to happen pretty quick because there's people on the drawing board at MTO starting to sketch this thing out.
We don't have nothing in. Whether it's 26, 27, they haven't said one thing.
Not 20.
Through the chair, it came out last fall when we were talking to a couple of user groups working with the MTO that the intersection in Twin City Cross was going to get deferred, which was my first why I was there at that meeting. Then it kind of dropped onto our lap that they were going to do this piece from Kakabeka to Chappaqua and starting at Oliver Road heading west. And at that time, we'd already had meetings with OPG. We knew that there was going on. So when you create that project manager and when you want to put that tender out, we need to have the discussion beforehand. And then took this opportunity, this meeting 2 weeks ago with them to say, hey, are you putting that tender out? Like, because put it in the parameters that you're out of Kakabeka for 26.
Mhm.
But
Second,
that's not definite.
that's not definite. And,
That's right.
Wednesdays,
That's why I brought it up to that third
yeah,
meeting during that meeting at the Legion.
Yeah.
That's still not
Nope.
definite that it's gonna be 27. So
Nope.
there still could be a.
Bid list comes out on Wednesday, and Wednesday this morning, I'm in my office and the MTO, there's no bid list for no work at Twin City Crossroads and no work in Kakabeka. Every Wednesday, you check that. When you're having these discussions about other items, we constantly bring it up. We have a liaison in MTO Northwest where we deal with where these problems come to the table. And we just keep saying, hey. Well, now in the background, we got to get our ducks in a row that when they do say that we're doing that job in 27, we're going to be in the village and we're replacing the curb and gutter, replacing the sidewalk. The streetlights are still yours. We're not going to pay for those,
Yeah.
If we're going to redo the boulevards to get the sidewalk out do we have something in place where we don't want it back?
Right.
Right.
Counselor Peacock?
And that's what I was wondering is, should we decide to do these sidewalks on our own without MTO? Do we have to get a permit from MTO to do that work? No? Okay. So is it on municipal road allowance or is it their road allowance that sidewalks are on?
Through the chair, it is MTO road allowance that takes you to the backside of the sidewalk. There is a small sliver of land prior to the telephone posts, and then a municipal property line is behind that. So the poles we maintain under agreement, the sidewalk is theirs, or could be ours in regards to replacement costs if they, because they're gonna come to us, say, do we put it in the tender or not? Like, we deem that those sidewalks should be replaced at this time. And what are we gonna do? You know, I could go out there and do an assessment and say, no, they're good for 40 more years, work around them.
Yeah.
That'd be foolish.
It would be, because they're not that good anymore. Yeah. Okay. Any further items for these discussions with MTO?
Back to us or we're just,
There,
it just says that we need to provide feedback, I guess, and we have.
yeah, so, yes,
Well, I think that what Chris was talking about, we should have a report come back and then council can give us some direction on,
pass the resolution,
go,
even that can be taken to MTO.
yeah.
Mhm.
I'm not, I imagine with the sidewalk, you feel safer because you're higher than the road. But whether you're any safer, I'm not sure whether you actually are.
Yeah, the big, through the chair, the biggest thing through the chair is that if and when, or even currently today, the MTO or the service provider that does the highway laces that corridor with pure salt, that's not gonna change. Okay? Those concrete is detrimental with salt. If everybody's ever got concrete stairs in the house, put salt down, it rips it up. That is continue to happen and happen and happen.
Right.
The level of service under the Ontario guidelines for paved side or for sidewalks is a lot more critical with technical merit or technical things where you can have a spall, what they call it, on a surface area. A couple inches needs to be addressed. Okay? Paved boulevard, not in the maintenance standard. So when we talk about asset management and capital cost replacement and timelines, these are some of the things that we're gonna try to work to keep that backlog in our 25-year, 50-year plan down.
Mhm.
We have to capitalize on the MTO being in that corridor doing the work, the same as what we're trying to do at Twin City Crossroads. Piggyback with that work, come up with a strategy. Yes, a paved walkway with 2 white lines. Yeah, it could happen. It could be level, it could be safe. There's other options to get around the village that didn't exist prior to this year.
That's right, and with all the work done on the roads in Quebec, persons don't have to get onto the highway until they're very close to where they want to go, even if they're walking, so biking, whatever, so,
And through the chair, it's not just a report about the sidewalks and the replacement costs. We keep hammering at them in regards to traffic flow and pedestrian movements and turning movements. This is not a story that's going to go away, and it's only going to get amplified further if they make that decision unwisely.
mhm.
You know, if it comes into bylaw that January 1st, 2026, 102 traffic goes through Quebec, good luck trying to do the highway to reconstruct it.
Mhm.
Because you won't be able to handle the traffic.
No. Counselor Fiss?
Yeah, just for clarification, make sure that I'm very clear on this. I have no problem going to the pavement with that. I think it's probably a good idea. But do I understand you correct then, because you're putting it on the slope, the curb is gone and all you're gonna have is a white line?
No, through the chair, the curb stays.
It will stay. Okay,
And that is definitely MTO.
okay,
The curb is MTO. There's a paved boulevard that's MTO. Then there's sidewalk, which I believe we asked for. That's part of our asset. Then there's another little sliver of asphalt, then the poles, then the municipal property line.
okay.
So,
No, the only reason I was
Curb stay, the
concerned.
curb
if-
has to stay. There's no other way to control the water.
Okay, and that's key, because you need that even for people in the winter time so that they, yeah, then I'm good.
So
Okay,
right
no
now
problem.
you have the roadbed, you have a gutter, you have a storm sewer, then you step up the curb and then you're basically level for 2.5 meters.
Good,
Okay, and I'm saying is in order to replace the sidewalk, you gotta rip the boulevard up anyways.
Okay. It was just like one road.
Something.
Just 4 times the width.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, the next one is a resolution in regards to Buddies of the Brill Agreement renewal. It's been moved and seconded, is open for discussion, page 126 to 140. Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions with regard to the agreement that we have. Is the trailer going to be allowed to be stored there through the winter?
Yes, it would stay there year round. That's what the idea is, just like the buses.
Okay, because it does say then that they would like to perhaps move the trailer from time to time to take it to different areas, I guess for display purposes.
Right, that's on page 131.
131, yeah.
Yeah, in the red. And what the idea is there is, year round, the trailer is there.
Mhm.
And we put this in there because we want the trailer to be there. We're hosting it. We want it to be an attraction for us, not to have it on the road all summer. That's not
Mhm.
right.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
he's got some time he can take it out, 75% of the time though. We wanted it during the time we're open there.
Just as long as we make arrangement, or he makes arrangements in advance to move that trailer out when the park isn't open, just to avoid any kind of, like, in the morning, if he was gonna take it somewhere, or like, not during hours of operation to move that trailer is just my thought.
I would think that whoever
Yeah.
is pulling it has the regulations, knows that you
Mhm.
don't drive into a park when there's people walking around and children.
And do we need to have a permit from MTO to have that trailer situated there because it's on a highway? No? Okay. Okay. Just my questions.
Okay, any others? None? Okay, so we have a resolution. It has been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have recording of municipal council meetings. So we have a resolution. It has been moved and seconded, but the timelines have not been entered at this point in regards to the retention of the YouTube recordings of our council meetings. Wayne, you want to?
I'll just go over it briefly. So the idea is that right now we've got these YouTube recordings and they're still floating around on YouTube. You can find old meetings from us. So we just want to put together some kind of a policy on not having them forever. And so there's different things you can do. You can, as soon as they're produced, get rid of them immediately pretty well. And that's not that great an idea because people are used to being able to look at our meetings and see what had happened, And so the other idea, possibility is you just say, we're going to keep them around for a certain period of time, then we're going to get rid of them, delete them. So keep them available to the public for some period of time and then get rid of them completely. And then another option is you keep them available for a while on YouTube. And then instead of deleting them right away, you put them in what an archive status where we would be the only people able to see them and the public would not be able to. And then that should last a certain period of time and then you would delete them. So that's what it's about. We suggested in the report, keep them available to the public on YouTube for 2 years, and keep them on YouTube for 2 years where they're only available to the administrative people, and then before 4 years' time, then you delete it.
Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. My comment to that is that I feel that the minutes or the YouTube videos for council meetings should run the term of council, because that way you've got your 4 years of what has been done, the decisions that you around the table have made and are responsible for. And then after that, because what happens is you look through the minutes and it's really hard to get a true meaning of what those resolutions actually meant and the conversations that were had to come to those decisions. So I think it's important that the YouTube videos stay on for the the term of the council and then perhaps archived for the 2 years prior or after it. So I think it's a worthwhile tool to have, and I find it beneficial when I'm looking for information that I wasn't familiar with as far as decisions that had been made in the past. So my thoughts. Thank you.
The only concern I would have is term of council. If you're going to keep them for 2 years or 4 years, that changes every year. So you'll still be losing part of the, like term of council is from here to here, but then the next year, your term of council goes in with the first year of the next council, because that's how the 4 years works. So you can't.
5 years?
No, you can't just set 4 years. Yeah, someone can explain it better than I.
Yeah, I believe Counselor Peacock meant that that it would be for a fixed term of 4 years and not a council. If you have a meeting is September of 2026, it would disappear in November of 2026. I believe she was referring to 4 years fixed term, rather than what you're getting to, which is once the council ends, the meetings would be archived, which would be very short, right? Could potentially in 2026, all your meetings would be on YouTube for less than a year. So I believe Counselor Peacock is.
But when you're saying it's a term of council,
Yeah.
that is
so
a fixed
term.
4 years.
Yeah, no, but 4 years from the date of the meeting, rather than.
Okay, then it's not a term of council.
not a
That's,
term of council,
that's the
but-
part that
Yeah.
it didn't work, term of
Yeah.
council, yes.
Is that what you're thinking, Councilor Peacock? 4 years. Keep it live for 4 years, whenever it was produced, 4 years. And then thereafter, you go come up with the archive decision.
So you just start knocking one off every year, like in advance it, or what, or get rid of the whole 4 years?
No, yeah, you can't keep, it would say that we're going to keep them for 4 years. Then once the 4 years is up, the first year will go for 4 years, and then it goes off in archive for 2 years. But it's not a 4-year set 4 year. It just every 4 years, 1 year gets knocked off and put into the archives. So there'll always be 4 years you can look back on. Is this what you're thinking of?
I'm just thinking, I'm not exactly obviously explaining it properly, but just so that we can go back and have the information as to what we decided as a council around the table during our term of council. And I don't know,
Yeah, it
can the clerk help with?
It can't work term of council. It can't work saying term of council. It just 4 years, fine.
Why-
4 years, 4 years, 4 years.
Why couldn't it go term of council?
Yeah. So, but the last year of our council, it's coming up, the last year.
Yeah.
That's only going to be on for a year, and then it's going to be knocked off because term of council is 4 years.
That's what I said.
One. That's right. Yeah, that,
Do we have any ideas to what other municipalities are doing, or?
A lot of them were the 2 years, but we proposed,
mhm.
and then, as you had suggested, there's also the option of the term of council. They've been wanting to have them on there for 4 years.
Yeah, but 4 years doesn't always work with the term of council.
No.
You can't use that wording. You cannot use that
Yeah.
wording. So, yes.
How it would work if you had a meeting in, October 2026, it'd go offline, in, November, and then it
that's
would
not-
go into archives 2
Yeah,
years.
that's why you don't want to say it stated as term of council, just 4 years and then 2, if that's what council wishes. You can go back 4 years.
I just don't quite understand where you're going here, because if it's what Councillor Peacock wants to do, because the minutes don't reflect exactly what always the conversation is, we passed a resolution back a couple of years where you can't bring stuff back up from a few years back for rediscussion. So where does that all fit into this here? It's very confusing, because I think it was a 75% of acceptance to bring it back. So why are we worried about keeping it anymore if we have it 2 years the way the suggestion is? And the other 2 years for staff, any council member can come in and say, can you show me that, can't they, if it's available for staff?
Yes.
I don't know, when you gotta tie that other resolution in there, where does that leave us? I don't know if everybody's aware of that resolution, but that came up. Okay, that resolution, oh, yeah, that came up where it said, in order to bring something up from the past, that had to be passed by 75% of the council, because there were so many people questioning things from the year before, so on and so forth, and the resolution passed unanimous, and so I forget how it all went, but it certainly's got to tie in together. It has to.
There is you can explain it better about bringing it back.
If you want to bring something back, it says in the procedure bylaw, you have to be one of the people that voted for it. If you voted against it, you can't bring it back.
Cannot bring it back.
But then I think what Council Vincent is thinking about is if there was unanimous agreement to bring it back, then that would override that rule. The council can always do that.
Anyway, I can't remember for sure how it all went anymore, because it
Get
was
the right
about
idea.
4
Yeah,
years ago
you're
or
right.
5 when we did
Yeah.
that, but anyway,
It's in the
there's,
procedural bylaw.
so I have no idea, but I just thinking how is this all going to work? Are we going to get ourselves into problems by bringing some stuff up and say, no, you're not? And I don't know. So I don't have a problem with the 2 and 2.
I
but-
don't either have a problem with the 2 and 2.
Keeping them for 2 years and you're adding another 2 years on anyways.
No, you keep them for 2 years for the public.
Okay.
And then they, when they go off, they go into an archive
Yeah.
for 2 years. So it fluctuates every year again.
Yeah.
But the last 2 years would be open to everyone. And then the next 2 years, as they move on, will be there only for administration to check. Yes,
Once this thing gets rolling, twice a month, you'd be deleting something.
yeah, you just go back. Actually, it would be total of 4 years, 2 and 2, yeah. And it moves. Yeah. That's what, so would keep it for 2 years and archive it for 2 years would be our one that we would vote. I would ask the people that have voted or have signed this resolution.
Alan Viss and Dan Calvert.
Okay, so are you in agreement with making it 2 and 2?
Yes.
Because you are the mover and the seconder. Okay, so we'll come to a vote. I will call the vote and ask if if we are in favor with the resolution that says keep it for 2 years and archive it for 2 years.
I just have one
Yes.
question. Is that going to be an administrative nightmare? Taking them, keeping an idea as to
You just push a
how
button.
soon you,
She just pushes a button.
okay.
Accessible.
Easy and accessible.
Thinking it's like the garbage man. He comes around every 2 weeks or a week. You just got to put the garbage out. That's.
Oh, when you do the agenda for that meeting, you go back 4 years in your mind and you delete that one.
I just didn't know if it would be easier to do it like in January 1st or whatever. You take the minutes off from,
No, I think that gets more confusing, yeah. This is
Hmm.
2 and 2. Again, it's 2 and 2. Keep it for 2 years, archive it for 2 years, and then it will be deleted permanently. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have reports of committees, the Thunder Bay District Health Unit, the Oliver Papunj Library, and the DSAP Board. Whoops. Oh,
There was one that we had to add to agenda report.
oh,
Our municipal livestock investigator,
Yeah.
we resigned. So now we have found another person to take that on. And it's important that we get this done because the calving season is coming up. So there's a report on that. It was emailed yesterday, I think it was.
oh,
So, yeah, so the person we have right now, his name's in here someplace, Larry Needham.
Yeah.
He's going somewhere else. And there's a fellow by the name of Richard Noy that does this work for other municipalities as well as the city. So the treasurer was speaking with him, I believe, and he wants $50 an hour, and the last guy was 45, so things change. And you'll be doing the same job. There's a description of how it works, and a lot of us are familiar with how that operates, but you need to have that job there if people are going to be able to put in applications to be compensated.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, and then it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we have the reports from the health unit, the library, and DSAB. And under the, yes, Councilor Peacock?
Just a question with regard to the library minutes. I'm sure these are dated from January, so I'm sure that it's been resolved, but as far as exploring the audit for the library as well as the I'm thinking it should be 2025 rent and budget information from the treasurer. I'm sure they've both been resolved by now.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we had a report not too long ago about the auditor appointment, and the report did say the auditors will be taking care of the library again. So that's been done. I'm not sure about that other matter you talked about.
With the
What-
library funding. And then it says the balance of the rent for 2005. I think it probably should be 2025, but anyways, or 24. 24, hey? Okay. I'm sure that anyways, that's all been looked after by now.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, the library has received their funding allocation.
Good, thank you.
Okay, in regards to the mayor's report, I wonder if perhaps Sean could give us a bit of an explanation of what happened when we had the meeting with the ministry at the Roslyn Fire Hall.
Sure. So the meeting was with respect to the emergency preparedness grant, and they wanted to see what we spent the money on. And they were visiting a number of municipalities. So it was the Honorable Jill Dunlop, who is the Minister of Emergency Preparedness and Response, along with the Deputy Minister, which was Bernie, and his last name is escaping me, along with a number of other people. And I thought it was a very positive visit. The minister and the deputy were both very energetic and kind of committed to a lot of stuff, which was encouraging, and public education wise and whatnot. It was a good conversation. It was supposed to be like 10 minutes, I think, in total, but they were there for well over that.
Yeah, oh, yes. It was
Like a half hour, if not
At least.
45 minutes. So it was a good discussion, very optimistic. And it seems like they're go-getters with respect to the emergency management. So
And he also, the deputy also indicated that if we needed anything, that we could go through them, and they would supply it.
that's right, David Razzie and Tim Neufeld. David was our advisor. He's moved up a little bit. Yeah, and it made very clear that if we need something, we talk to one of those two and they're told to, I think his comment was, all of my staff, the answer is yes, and the only person that can say no is me, and I don't know how to spell it. So.
Yeah.
Need more of those.
Yeah. So yeah, it was encouraging and we did talk about wildfire because that's what we bought with sprinklers and the real need to partner up and the shared services that the fire department is talking about is certainly on the radar with them
Mhm.
and regionalization and things like that.
Came up to the regionalization.
Yeah.
That's around my tongue, of the fire department here, as well as other places too.
That's right.
But
So
of course, we're single tier municipality. It's much easier to do that in Southern Ontario because you have your county and then you have so many single
that's right.
lower ones. We don't have that, so.
But she did ask me about the sprinkler kits and said, "Oh, this is good. How many houses can you do?" And I said, "Well, 6 maybe out of our 2,500 structures." And that's where the conversation went to regionalization and partnering up. And so it was a very positive. I was nervous with where we were going to go with it, but she come right out high, chatted about all kinds of stuff.
Mhm.
It was a good session.
First, they had a nice tour of our municipality because when we asked them to come to the Roslyn Fire Hall, they went to Murillo first.
Yeah, and that Bernie guy's a military guy, so he'd come right out and said, yep, that was my fault. Didn't have my compass out or something. It was a good session.
Yes, it was. It was very good.
And she posted it on her Twitter
Mhm.
like within
Mhm.
20 minutes, so it was out there and it's starting to fly around Facebook here now, so.
Good. Yeah, it was very good. And we got to see a really nice, what was that thing that the gentleman had there? He took it
Oh, the
out.
drone,
The drone, but that was not a little cheap fancy way. This one.
oh, it
had
was quite a bit
everything.
bigger than ours.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And the comment was, call us because we'll bring it. So they were very accommodating to bring stuff and the support, so that was a good thing.
Yes, it was good. Good. Okay, now the bylaws. First one is a transfer of Line Line Road allowances to the municipality. This bylaw has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then we have the bylaw in regards to the agreement for the Buddies of the Brill. It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then a bylaw to appoint the livestock investigator and valuer. It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Petitions and communications, there's the Ontario Works financial assistance rates. The procurement and advocacy for trade agreement exemptions. The use of X by the city of Peterborough. And strong mayor powers. Inclusion research to deflect diversity of Canadian communities. And salt management. Does administration have any comments on any of those? No. All righty, then we have the petitions and communications, the 2025 Ontario Senior of the Year Award, the TVA Police News, the Shift, messages from Chief Darcy Fleury, the 2025 Wine Tasting and Dinner at Whitewater, and the new utility poles in Holwick. Now we have new business, so Councillor Peacock is going to give us a report on the NOMA conference. I hate to, no, this is the last one before closed session. I was just looking at the clock thinking we could have a break now, but this is the last one before closed, so go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Both Councillor Viss and Councillor Calvert attended with me at the Superior Inn for the conference. Wasn't sure what was going to happen. The theme was innovation, so it was interesting to see what kind of things would come out of it. And there were a number of, I think it was well attended. There were a number of guest speakers there that some were relevant to our municipality, some not so much. Quite the discussion with regard to the strong mayor powers and how many other municipalities, if you have 6 members of council, you're given strong mayor powers, and there were a number of municipal councillors that I had spoken to that said, like, we got it and we don't want it because there are other requirements that come with it. And I took a picture of a screenshot of the requirements of, you know, they can make a decision but it's there for 14 days before it can be acted upon. Am I correct with that, Dan? Yeah. And with regard to MPAC, I think we were 4th in line for growth as far as the amount of assessment that our MPAC had provided, that the details for that. Again, another presentation from NWMO, the tiny homes project in Marathon. That was interesting. They did had to have a zoning amendment done to include tiny home zoning in their official documents, and they're making a 19 home development complete with water and sewer and as a home and a shed and and,
Four to 600 square feet.
Yeah.
Each unit. They supply paved drive, they had the whole thing laid out,
mhm,
paved driveways, shed, storage shed,
mhm,
and each unit was 400 to 600 square feet, and
mhm.
so like. Not a bad size really for, and their values were equal, I'll explain 200,000.
Mhm.
Pardon me?
Full service,
Full
yeah.
service,
Mhm.
yeah. And previously it was an old site for
Mhm.
housing, that's what they just redone.
It was like repurposed from an area that I think the mill had
Yeah.
a development there for housing development for. And the microtransit program that they have in Kenora, it's well received by their residents, but again, they ran into the same situation that we have had time and time again. They had a further demand for the use of this transit system. It was a $2.50 a ride. It ran from Monday to Friday from 7 to 7. And it was well used by whether it be students, people going to medical appointments, work, things like that. They increased the times to run for the weekends and things like that. And they have 3 vans. One is accessible. It's an independent contractor that operates them. Anyways, they chose to run this now 7 days a week, got it all up and running. Well, then there was funding announced, but it was too late.
After.
They'd already got this program up and running, and then the funding came out and they were SOL on that.
And it costs them like 85 to 100,000 per year to operate this.
Mhm, mhm. Our area is too big to be, because it runs on an app, you call to book a ride, but 200 trips daily, that's quite a bit there. So, other things like Confederation College, their programs and, things like that, they're going to be in, it's unfortunate that they've had to drop so many of the programs that, and it also has to do with the immigration and the students that need to get, work permits, and the federal government's involved in that, and let's see, anybody else have anything they want to add? Oh, I did attend at one of the piggyback programs that they have, or seminars that they have with regard to Canoe and the purchasing program that they have. I did pick up a couple of the girls' cards that from that program, and you're welcome to give them a call, and there's a training session. They encourage anyone who is involved in any of the procurement attend this training session, and if we use Gov Deals and we have a membership number with Canoe, then there is discounts available. I did speak with the Nebin counselor, and they said they use it all the time, and it's a great resource for them, saves them all kinds of work that way. So the AI, he was a very, very entertaining, motivational speaker, kept the crowd for over an hour and a half. It was quite good. And then we had a couple of students on the Friday morning, 3 students who explained their role as student counselors, and they spoke very well and explained the issues that they've had. And AMCTO internship program, I don't think it's something that we would benefit from. There's webinars with regard to teeny tiny summits that Municipal Affairs and Housing offers that might be something that we could entertain the thought of looking at. I've listed the dates and times there, and the Bear Pit session. Number of questions came up that we've heard before, and also that are related to us. Interesting, the one question was, why can't the municipalities retain the surplus from tax sales? So, but it doesn't work that way. So, we did have an opportunity to meet with Minister Lisa Thompson from Rural Affairs. We discussed the municipal water system, and again, the issue that there aren't grants available or it seems the grants come out when it's too late for us. Also that we put the asset management program into place. We're compliant with what we need to do, and yet other municipalities aren't, and yet is there any kind of penalty for not being compliant? We also discussed, perhaps Councillor Viss can elaborate further with regard to the communal well and public septic system.
Social service, yeah.
Yeah, the partial service, yeah. And I did meet with Minister Lecce as well as MPP Kevin Holland was there. There is this LT2 program that is Kevin would be able to provide further information on that for the power line and power distribution and transmission systems. However, the natural gas expansion, according to Minister Lecce, he felt that because there wasn't enough people on that span of road that it wouldn't be financially viable for Enbridge, but to keep up in discussions with MPP Holland and see what we can do to further move that along. So my partners are welcome to chime in.
Well, if you like, I just follow up a little bit. In that meeting with Minister Thompson, when we discussed the cost of what water and the extension so on was going to be for with the benefit and the detrimental to it, where I'll get to after a while, I brought up, I said, we may have a terrible situation coming up. Whitewater has been exist for about 30 years, and there's somewhere along the line, we're going to have to take that over. And as far as I know, there's nothing in reserves. When we take over something like that, that's 30 years old, the sewer system and all that, it'll just break our municipality. And I don't know what the answer to that is. And she was very, very happy that I brought it up in a situation like that. They would consider keep taking that in the back of the mind, whether she and Sarah were going to do anything about that, but they weren't aware of that. And I said, you know, somewhere along the line, that's going to hit us, and a small municipality are ours, and it needs replacing. It's impossible. We can't afford to do that. So anyway, they're aware of that. They were very happy about that. So the other one then I brought up was in the Bear Pit session was the new PPS released in October 2024 says partial services, meaning communal water with private septic, are not allowed in rural settlements. And this was allowed before, and it was severely restrained, even kill development and opportunities. So I asked then, would the ministry consider reversing that change? And there was three of them that answered that. There was the Minister of Environment, Todd McCarthy, because he thought it was part of him. And of course, rural Lisa Thompson and Rob Flack. All three of them, they said, they thought that's interesting. We have to look at that. And so I appreciate that. And they said, you'll hear from us sooner than later. So when I sat down, this chap tapped me on the shoulder and he said, I'd like to talk to you after the meeting. So when it was over, I went over and seen him, and it was Sean Fraser, the deputy. And he said, what were you saying? I said, just like what I just spelled out to you. I said, I said that stops the development for area, but it would allow us, we have some property where we could extend the water lines through. That also helps again with the 32 people that are on it. And he said, so he goes on his scrolls on his phone, and he wouldn't change that. Oh, stunned me. I didn't know what to say. So he said, no, it was never in there. So he said, then what are you looking for? He said, you're looking for grandfathering? Well, I don't know, I guess, if that's what it takes to do this. But I went and talked to Wayne, and Wayne said definitely it was in there and it's changed. So if he has proof of that, we need to get that sooner than later to that Sean Fraser, deputy minister, and say, yes, it was in there and this was the change. Because we have interest of these ministers now that are considering, whoa, that's quite a a problem for rural municipalities. So anyway, so I thought I was pleased with what, at least they were really concerned. There was the three ministries that all said, we're going to have a look at that. But Wayne, if you can get that, what you had, improve,
Mhm.
by golly, get that to that Sean Fraser.
Yeah, Carrie and I spoke about it, and I think she would be able to say a few things about it at this moment. What exactly is the situation?
Sure, so it is changed. I'm not sure where that information is coming from, but probably not rural municipalities. There's a new section in the PPS now, item C under 6, that very specifically says that rural municipalities can support partial servicing if it's private water and a communal septic. It does not speak at all to communal water, private septic, which is what we would need.
Yeah.
The lack of that information typically, and the way that planners would look at that is if it's not in there, it doesn't exist. So it's still preventing us from moving ahead with our developments because we have the option for communal water, but not septic. So it's still stunting growth for us. So I can do something up where we can provide that information to this fellow, but it certainly wasn't in the 2020 PPS, that section.
Okay, I appreciate that very much, but I think if we need to get that information to him, don't say it was in there and you removed it. So if we can get that to him, Carrie, that would be excellent, because let's get moving on it now. There's a bit of a chance of some movement there now from what the feeling I got, unless the other councilors saw different, but I thought they were very happy to hear and they were gonna look
They
into
were
it.
trying to accommodate as much as possible.
Yes, so if we can get that information to him, that'd be excellent, so.
And he said that he knew that act like the back of his hand and scrolling through on his phone and here, and this is what it says. So
So we,
That's why we were like-
the man just rolling through that phone and,
Yeah.
well, what am I gonna say?
Mhm.
So,
Okay,
anyway, that's my portion on the NOMA thing, so.
thank you.
Yeah, and another thing was there are lots, the hydro and the power that we need in this region, like,
Oh,
they need 75% more power over the next coming years. They said, like, there's a real demand that they'll need to get here. So there's a big push on that everywhere for anything. So
Okay.
falls into it, the dam and everything. That's good.
Yeah. That's good. Okay, so we now have to ask if anyone else has any new business. Dan?
Yes, I had resident ask me for Fraser Road with the railway tracks and then that crossing. She wants to know if they could have arms put on there. And I said I would talk to our Public Works and that, and then
It's not ours, it's the railway.
yes, and I said that's a railway.
It's,
I
the railway does
I
it.
told
We
them,
don't do that, yeah.
You know, I said I would ask. So
It's not in the budget.
it's not in the budget. So that, like I said, that would be up to the railway to.
Yes. They decide.
Through the chair, we can lobby for it, but then we'll be on the hook for it.
Yeah, yes.
Mhm.
So it's be on their watch.
Okay, and that was it?
That was it. I'm just wondering. How are we doing with the Ross and water situation?
So we had a meeting, commissioning meeting was Friday. We have an approval, commissioning timeline. We're looking at 26th of May, doing 4 days of thorough testing, 2 days on the north well, 2 days on the south well, getting the results in. And we have agreement in principle to get off the do not consume order within 7 to 10 days from the 26th of May. Having said that, the health unit has decided that we are going to do 6 months of sampling after the do not consume is lifted to prove consistency.
And what is that,
That's-
weekly?
That's 3 times a week.
3 times a week for 6
We'll
months?
do it in part of our maintenance agreement to go there. We will take samples and fire them away. Okay, so it's an extra $178 every 3 days. Okay.
over 6
Haven't got
months.
that defined as to what they're looking for. Are they looking for a monthly average? Are they looking for a weekly average? Do they want us to flip between wells? We haven't got that part defined. That will happen after the do not consume is lifted.
Funny how that law just, that reg just January 2018. And it changed all this.
Yeah.
And it went from 25 down to 10.
Councillor Biss?
Yes, just two things. The pickleball, like I said earlier on, has that, have they removed themselves from the Roslyn at all?
Through the chair, they haven't booked anything block booking than what they previously had booked the last time we brought it to council.
So in other words, they're there till the end of June.
They're there till the end of June. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. The next one, that's going to be interesting. This morning on the Oliver News came, what would I call it? A statement, something about removing the ice out of the rink before the junior A team is ready to leave. And so they gave all the phone numbers and emails of councillors, including the mayor. So I assume the phone will start to ring sometime this week and asking about that. I guess what I'm looking for is what's our answer? I would think we have a contract in place and that's the end of our contract. I don't know if I'm correct or not on that.
Through the chair, if you wish to discuss this further, it is landlord-tenant negotiations and it'd have to go to closed.
And that's what I thought, that would have to go there, yes. So I think maybe we should, because we will need to, I'm sure we're gonna get some calls, and I think we need to know what the answer is, and we're all on the same page, so appreciate that. That's it.
Okay, Councillor Peacock, did you have any new business?
Just a couple of quick questions. First of all, it's National Volunteer Week, so I'd like to acknowledge the volunteers within our community and all the time that they provide to different organizations. Much appreciated. Was there an opportunity to have further direction to residents for the open houses for the fire hall in the newsletter? I had asked that the link or something be more available or published, because it's not really.
We did update the notice.
Okay, so for the newsletter? Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, good. To the treasurer, do we know when we can anticipate the first quarter financials?
We are wrapping up the 2024 audit. And so I expect at the next meeting, we'll have Q1 actual versus budget for you to review.
So when we get the NOHFC funds, hopefully, everything that we've asked for the 2 years ago projects, how is that reflected in
So
does it just go into reserve or?
So in the 2024 audited financial statements, there will be a reconciliation of grants, earned revenue versus unearned revenue. And right now that's one of the things we're working with the auditors on, to finalize how much of that grant we have actually earned to the end of 2024. And that will be recognized as revenue. And then the portion of the grant that's receivable, but we haven't earned it, will not be recorded. We have to, I guess, sit down, Wayne and Chris and Brenton, to figure out what we're going to do with the balance of the funds.
Okay. Do we have any idea how long half loads are going to be on? Especially with that rain, we manage well compared to other areas. And are all our roads open? I see we had a couple that were had water over them.
Be on the update on the road closures here after lunch.
Okay. For the CAO, was the rental agreement renewed for the former municipal office?
No, we contacted the tenant, but they have not responded yet. We sent them a draft agreement, so that's an outstanding issue.
Okay. And
The current, just that,
Sorry.
the current rental agreement does allow it to go past the date on a month-to-month basis until they resolve whether or not they want to renew the lease or not.
okay. And perhaps I'm bringing something up that I have to go ask for further clarification on it, but it's with regard to the fire master plan and the Roslyn Fire Hall design. In March, the fire chief was asked to work on a design for the Roslyn Fire Hall. But in August of 2022, an RFP went out for the Roslyn Fire Hall design. So are we asking for the same thing again? Or what happened with that RFP? Because the request for the RFP was dated August the 2nd. And yet the fire master plan was dated August the 4th. So we're asking for a design for the Roslyn Fire Hall before the fire master plan was even put out to tender. So I'm confused with that, and I was not on council at the time, so that's why I'm not, I'm just looking for some
I'll do my
clarification.
best to answer a question that I'm not prepared for, but I believe when we got the building assessments done,
Okay,
there was a significant capital investment that had to go into Roslyn. At that time, I had suggested through the budget that we not spend money to maintain that building, that we start looking at replacing it. And I believe a proposal was put out, and I can't recall where it went with that.
Mhm.
That was all previous to the master plan being done. So that's why the dates are out of alignment.
whack.
I
Okay.
believe I'd have to double check on
It
that.
was council decision when we did the budget not to spend those extra dollars. I think we did some minimum work, but not as much as we were planned to.
That's correct. We did the roof
Mhm.
because it was a critical thing.
Mhm.
So that would explain the,
And to administration, how much property do we have at the Roslyn Community Center? Because should the Roslyn Fire Hall need to be rebuilt in a location, if you were able to put it at the Roslyn Community Center, then we wouldn't have to worry about having an additional agency involved in an entrance or exit driveway, because the road would then go right onto our road and not a highway.
Excuse me, we're going to be having the meetings with the public, and we'll be discussing all of this whole thing, the plan and everything.
Mhm.
This is kind of putting the cart before the horse
Okay,
with
I just,
asking these questions. It's a good thing, but those will be things that we'll speak about after we've had our public meeting or during the time we have the public meeting.
so just looking for how
Yeah.
much property's there. That's all.
Okay, but
Okay, I appreciate your time.
if I could just add to it, that one of the previous meetings, I got direction to start looking at,
Mhm.
getting a committee and start looking at that, and we're in the process of putting that committee together. They're gonna be tasked with all of those questions to start working on, so.
Okay.
yeah, this is,
Mhm.
okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Vest.
Mayor Lucy, one thing I just overlooked, talking about the master fire plan, the meetings we're going to have, it stated in the newsletter that the proponent of the master fire plan will be there, and as well as all the council. Are you expecting us all to be there from 4 to 8 on each one of them? Because it stated council will be in attendance. So, and then I thought, well, wait a minute, didn't think
I thought it was more like an open house than
Come and
actual.
go.
That's
meeting.
what I understood, but when it said council will be in attendance, in other words, people would be looking for somebody to ask you questions. So, I guess the question is, are we expected to be there from 4 to 8? I guess that's all I need to know.
Well, when you say in attendance, doesn't mean you're gonna be there the whole time. Could be in attendance for 5 minutes. I guess, I don't think you have to stay there the whole thing. But people like Sean, he'll be there the whole evening.
Okay.
Because he's the chief.
Well, the reason I'm asking, a number of people have asked me questions and so on and so forth and so on. And so I thought, well, I said it will be at the meeting. So, well, I don't know. I think we should make a decision. Like, I think we should be there more than 5 minutes. If this council is going to be there in attendance, we should try and all be there, because if people may feel more comfortable talking to Lucy or to Dan or to me or whoever, and, you know, and then we should give them that opportunity, because here's the time, we got 2 meetings. Let's get the best out of all that information, because for sure we're gonna have, if I may, have a box there, because I said to people, if you're nervous about asking questions, we will have a box there where you can put written concerns in and put it in the box. So hopefully we don't forget to do that, because
Hopefully though, that you did mention they should sign that, put their name on, like, don't just put stuff in there.
no,
with
I did
no-
not, but
Oh.
that was probably a good point. Yeah, I
Maybe
forgot.
put
Yeah,
something
because
aside.
otherwise it could be frivolous. I hear you. Yeah, I
Well,
never
could-
thought of that.
Could be
That's,
someone from not even in our municipality
that's
that's
so
putting
correct.
something in there.
yeah. But we can watch a bit though, see
Sure.
who we all have there. But anyway, I do think we should spend some time there. I don't know, definitely, I don't know. Yeah.
4 hours, I'm used to that, 4 hours, no problem.
So I was just gonna say, we had a meeting on Monday with Greg Hankio to start to get the planning done on this. We will have a Dropbox. We're just developing the form to put on it. And it will have name and contact number on.
Great.
Good.
Now, whether they fill it out,
Mhm.
that's on them, but it will be there so that we can follow up with them if we have to.
Councillor Peacock?
Sorry, just getting back to report 2025-87 with regard to the level of service. It does say in here that administration is planning 2 open houses late in May. Do we have to set those dates? Because then it says that the feedback will come back to council in June. So
Through the chair, we threw that out there to meet the timeline of July 1st. We want the data back. It could be anytime after the fire master plan. The halls are kind of stagnant here end of May, so we're
Mm.
looking to fit in 2 days. Just so everybody knows, council's not required to attend these ones.
But I will. Okay,
Mhm.
they'll be publicized, put on the webpage or whatever they will when it's decided. Okay, alrighty, so now we have a resolution to resolve into close. Oh,
Just
sorry.
two updates. So I got a request from O'Connor for some assistance in response because of some washouts and road closures. Blakey Road being one of them. They can't get across where the bridge is on Blakey, which is the whole 588 area now. They
Oh, so
can't-
so you're in the know for the fire department in case there's a call.
And I
Yes.
caught wind yesterday that it might be some time before they get the roads fixed, so I've asked the chief there to put a formal request in with which fire numbers we're looking at and then bring it in here so that it's more formal.
Right.
So that, he said he was gonna talk to them. And then the second item is there will be a large scale training exercise going on tonight with the fire department. We've got a couple departments, O'Connor and Conmee taking part in it. It's at the Kekabeka Provincial Park up at the top. So if you get calls with all kinds of fire trucks and what's going on, it's just a training exercise. It's a mass,
the dump fire the other day.
yeah, mass casualty event on it. So yeah, quite a bit of planning going into it, and it's gonna happen tonight at 7.
Okay, thanks for the heads up. Okay, we have a resolution moved in second, to resolve to no session. Oh,
This has got to do with this resolution, so we'll add, we have on here for the negotiations, Kekabeka baseball agreement, noise bylaw exemption, and also camera fighting walleye. Is that right? That's what we want? So
so
I'm
the resolution,
adding that in, yeah.
and it's okay for Councillor Calvert and Councillor Viss that's added? Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, that we resolve to close session, the time being 11:43 a.m. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Yep. Okay. We'll reconvene the council meeting, all the items from the minutes of the closed meeting held April 8th, present. Closed meeting or
At 1:20.
1:20? Okay. 1:20 PM. All in favor? Opposed, carried. Which one? Items from the closed meeting. Yes, closed meeting, April 8th, presented, all in favor? Carried. And the for me, confirming meeting, have to have bylaws to be approved and all in favor? Yeah, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. And we'll adjourn the meeting at 1:22. Thank you. PM. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Enough for me.